We are very hoarse, apparently, as we are once again alive upon the internet. So yeah, let's make sure that we actually are in always. And yeah, end of it, I couldn't actually stream in the afternoon, so we're just gonna do instead one long stream. As some stuff came up, but now I'm free, so we'll just make a very long one. Yeah, actually, yeah, so this one's set up as well. Let's, as the title kind of says, we're gonna keep going, chugging along on the build collection first, and also, yeah, the LMG table coming into play in a little bit. But first,
Safe area detected.
as we jump in, but first, uh, yeah, let's have a look at the build collection, as we're nearing completion almost. Updating it all, which took a little bit, took a lot of bit. How many do we have left? Actually, let's do a count here. Although yeah, some of the ones remaining on this character are some of the more annoying ones. But so, one, two, three, four. This one's super easy though. Five. On this character, and then one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8, 9. So 14 total, with 2 builds needing to actually be filled in as well, as they're just still voids. But yeah, we started with like 60 something, so let's start with the easy one there. I already said, yeah, the FI. Also deactivate their modifiers there. And he heart spiller. And he enters as well. Yeah, let's do this one. This one will be easy because it has no damage numbers, and I actually gave it a cleanup. I was gonna say recently, but we were 19k back then apparently. Or might have nice sticky something. I think the cleanup was like adding technician and stuff to it. No, this is not the right build. Let's also, yeah, let's actually go get demo for the picture there. This one we show kind of with the demo as right now. I have another one which is showing a survivalist as the main pick for it. It is still actually saved with survivalist overall. It's, we can, pretty easily swap spec. Yeah, let's just get her going. So I need to not be in full screen. I always forget. Windows snipping tool for some reason doesn't not work anymore in full screen division. I think that's more on Microsoft's side of things rather than massive having done something massively. Everything stays the same for the rest of it. Right. I do want to do these two in the new style. What we can also likely do, actually, is that here. So actually, this one's we didn't do in the new style yet either. And they should be kind of the same number. Yeah. The other account isn't created to to 12. once we're fully done with the thing, we'll give it a pass anyway, and we'll fix up a bunch of these stuff because yeah, I didn't start doing it this way till a little bit later, but I kind of like the look of it. For builds where we show skills, we do it basically this way. Without any border or anything, just in the range. Definitely takes longer than 0 seconds to refill this. I like the look of this way a lot better, actually. As well, we show kind of what the grading gives as a stat, because that's the thing that could be helpful to people. Yeah, that all seems to be good now. I know this was basically done. You know what? I want to redo this picture because also this is gray. And also, let's grab a gray 26. Scorpio. Or gray 25 or whatever I have here. Where is that though? God damn it. It has to be on some character. Ooh, character 1. Yeah, let's go find it for a second. It'll look better with. Sit down character 1 on character 4. Or character 3. You know, the 4 options available to us. Pretty sure I checked character 3 and 4 that I didn't have any like remnants on them.
Let me be your one-stop shop.
It's in character 1. Any other pieces that need to go back in the stash now? And I did swap second account and first account on some builds. Let's go to character 4 first. Oh well, one build basically. Hey, Oxy went to character 1 in 1.06 now. And in return, character 2 got the Turtron Hybrid.
Entering safe
Which we already had given a build picture, so. Really? Is it on character 2? Alright, character 3. The last one we check, of course. Yeah.
Safe area detected.
Yeah. Of course, it's the last character we check. As it always is.
Got what you want, agent.
Yeah, let's put that Scorpio back. Just for the. Then we'll go back and fix it up for this one. Yeah, check here as well. And hey there, Pumpkin. And hey, Windsor. Skill builds today or healer builds? In what way? For just builds collection was just what is available. We're just gonna like, this was one of the builds. This one was an easy one, so I wanted to start with this. Because yeah, we have the negotiator, tech tank. We'll just do with in the end with actually yeah, let's open some of these. So we have that.
Safe
We have the
area
head on the
entered.
tech tank, the negotiator tech tank, hardware seeker spam. So, and then this focus aces, which is completely different now, actually. But yeah, we're starting with the guy here. That's basically done. We just wanna.
Got the biggest inventory in DC.
We went on a detour there just because I wanted the Scorpio to be graded there. See, look cool. Of course, it was on the last character I checked. There we go. It's all good. Yeah, this picture's basically fine as is for the rest of it. Yeah, let's go to one of the harder ones. Oh, harder ones. So it'll take a little bit of time just because we need to go get ourselves some stacks. But I'm just gonna put what's our crit chance actually with this? Oh, exactly 60. Nice. Well, that makes sense. It was used to be 62. But this one was like a build where it was better to go 62 than 57. So the Cheska there actually working perfectly for this. Build wise, nothing else changed, right? I even have better pieces. I mean, technically I do, but it's the same. That's the same. That was the same too. You know what? We've done the beautification here. Let's do the one piece that has received some beautification, which is just this one. And I'm keeping it honest, of course, I could just paste this in on all of those slots and stuff. But I actually use these pictures as well to kind of keep track of like if I get a piece with like max crit damage or something, I can go to the build picture and check if I could upgrade it with that. So yeah, this can go. I'll keep these two. That can go capacitor. Nah. We'll do the skills in the new style. This can go another one with gear and weapons the other way around. Rating's going to go to 25. Yeah. Secondary is going to become a Scorpio. Oh wait, is the chatbot thing broken? God damn it. Let me see if I can see if wiggling it helps. But sure. One was oh yeah, U2 was easier to load into. What? Well, something is very broken with them today. So let's start toggling it off and on again, and I'll see if that helps. Otherwise, we'll just have to deal with it. Should maybe at some point see. Likely at this point, there's other suppliers that kind of do the same. Yeah, the site's erroring out in a very like almost showing behind the scenes stuff there. So yeah, for now, I'm just gonna turn it off there and here. Kind of sucks, but yeah, I can still see the chats and stuff, so I'll read them out. And hey, Gunnar, we had a will believe me. Well, I actually did. Wait, but I just ate too much. If that's basically what that means. Is there any good guide for Dark Sun Road for route to farm exotic components? There was some floating map that had like the boxes and stuff. Let me see if I can find. But I don't think anybody really made one recently or anything. What was it? Easy. Oh crap. Route. What was this? Yeah. This was the thing. This is the one I also last time found. Put the link in the chat. But there was an edited version of this, but I can't find it anymore. And yeah, let's not look now because I'll get this one. But I'll link this one in the thing. But there was a version of this, so this is just the boxes. The DZ credit boxes. There was a version with this which had like the two different box types when kind of like the level 1 like once they actually added the boxes or added the like the World Tier 5 running around kind of became popular for this. We're getting those boxes. I remember that it existed, but I can't refind it. So either I might have been tripping balls, which, let's be honest, is an option, or just ors. Yeah, Lexington, Scorpio. There. Two of these. These seem way too big. Grading. And then later today as well, I'm just gonna record the LMG video. Kind of stared at it for a bit earlier, and then I'll stare a bit at it coming up, and then we'll just turn that into me yapping for an hour or so. And then although I feel the LMG list, just because also the LMG list is SMG So AR kind of needed a lot of explaining around like other things as well, kind of to set up the scene. Although I should of course keep each of them kind of self-contained, but on that one we spend a little bit more time explaining some concepts and stuff, which also applies more to ARs basically. SMG list was kind of just because there's more SMGs than any other weapon type, basically. It's more pistols than well, at least from like the Fallout ones. SMGs just has more variants than everything else, so we that took a little bit. But LMG should be actually. I mean, it's still going to be an hour because, let's be honest. But why is this 80 and not 90? It's actually. Oh, actually, one thing I do want. I measured there. That's not the talent I want to show it with. It's negotiator being. I'm actually unsure. Alright, let's actually go test that. Do the. I mean, technically they don't crit, right? Technically, there's skill damage. I mean, still killer, even without that, but you're not sure the interaction between the negotiator, but yeah, they're not crits. So, unless they, for some reason, are getting counted as crits. Yeah, let's weaken this one. Quite a bit. Yeah, of course, actually, yeah, they don't count as crits. That might be measured? Nah. I would still go killer. Because the main thing, killing, will still count. But yeah, there's so many interactions that we even sometimes I've just never. I don't think I've ever like ran killer with. I actually measured. I mean, they're basically going to be the same. Is the actual answer here, right? Because also killer is going to feed into crit damage, which we're already feeding into quite heavily with also the long buff, basically, when it comes to. I'm actually gonna just delete all this. We're just gonna do it the same as we did with the Heartbreaker Tech Tank or Striker Tech Tank. Both of them were the same, I think. That is not the one I was looking for. This one. This one's actually different. 414. No, this one's also in the same way. When did we start doing it the other way? I'm gonna guess not here, but when we went to character 5. Actually, you know what? They're all the same way here. That's fine. We'll double check the values. Didn't copy there. Should have taken one from this account. Although this is also 20 and 12. This is 33%. Different value than here. No idea why that happens actually. I mean, skills not showing correct numbers is very common. That's not uncommon. Yeah, you know what, we'll just... Wait, did that say, or was that buff amount? Oh. Okay. I see the error in my ways with that, yeah. We need skill repair, not buff amount. That was the 30T. Wait, maybe we fix this up and then we bring it back to all of the other ones. Because yeah, I kind of want a more like this. This, and then this can be... Yeah, let's fix this up and just... Because I think I did that likely to all of them then. Oh yeah, and then... That, and then... Let's just build these up. Let's see. Okay, and then these ones. Let's maybe do this, because it's actually annoying me that we hadn't done that way. So, thanks. Got that one. 515, that one. Striker here. D here. It's already as well, but it's... I don't know. We'll do this. Yeah, oh well, this one's gonna have the same values. Let's do this one. Do I have this multiple times? So all of these will have the same. So there's that. Yeah, that's why. That's why it was 32%. That buff amount there instead of skill. Which, yeah, wrong stat. Not the stat we're really going for. It's just a random weapon damage down there. Yeah, that was good. Oh, you used to have the regeneration there. That's what it had there. For now, I don't care. Let's move these a little up. Hmm. Yeah. We can fix that up. Yeah, let me get you up here. Oh, I will quick peek at it. I'm send it, I think. Or maybe found the one I was looking for. Okay, yeah, this isn't that exact one, but oh yeah, actually, what's easiest maybe if I just oh yeah, let's actually well we'll just put them in resources. That might be just DZ what are they called? Or exotic. Exotic route. Yes. B. Okay, I put them in the Discord on the resources. So my yeah. Otherwise, don't really have an easy way of. Oh wait, does it even work? Wait a second. Usually when the chat, I'll just copy it myself. Maybe the chat bot will still work, but I don't think it's working at the current time. Yeah, no. That's also. I think Botrix is having some issues. Well, this is just within. That's not the exact ones I was meaning. Because yeah, for instance, let's bring one up as for example. Wait, what is it like that? Because the ones I remember were just edited versions of that other one with all the boxes, but is this? But this is all the boxes, isn't it? No, actually, I know. So, oh wait, oh okay, yeah. So yes, the red arrows. Okay, I get what they mean. So yeah, the red arrows are the ones that you don't want to go for, which is the contaminated ones. But it's in the Discord resources thing there. So if you're looking for them, yeah, those ones are actually pretty good as well. I haven't seen these ones. I don't think I've seen these ones ever before, but they seem to be just going off memory, or they seem to be correct, and they kind of have a route as well for you to follow. Hi there, Romansky. Let me get you in here as well. And hey there, Jake. And hey there, JP as well. Random question. Do you think the Virtuoso gear set is on par with any of the more powerful gear sets? No. In-game minus strikers, of course. Well, I mean, you gotta remember that like Heartbreaker, or well, if we take Obliterate Striker, right? Like Heartbreaker is kind of on par. The at best, Umbra is kind of like 10% behind them, and Umbra can be made to work decently well. So there's thing there. if we kind of like, yeah, we can't really exclude those. It's yeah. I haven't actually ran the numbers for it. Just it hasn't really like piqued my interest at all. The only part where it kind of has my interest is to see how well it would work for Pestilence, because it's one of the few gear sets that is just weapon damage, and then also just Breaking Point has that for rifles, but this now we could get some weapon damage out of it. Either maybe trying to Headhunter with it, or do maybe sneaky stings with Headhunter, because we can increase our cap by a lot. Or Pestilence, like that's the two that come to mind very quickly. Same actually, thing comes to mind as well. The Ravenous, Merciless, both of them also skill with weapon damage. So, but yeah, I'm gonna make one. The slot in the build collection designated, like there's a slot already kind of designated for it. So, So yeah, we'll have that be filled in with the Virtuoso, and I'm gonna play around with it. So. But just napkin calculations, no, by a lot no, versus strikers, and like just the uptime on it, like just even both of the bonuses being up and stuff, it is decent basically. Once well, one of the things now as well is it's giving 1.5. They haven't fixed that still, right? It's giving 1.5 time instead of 2 times when you get like both bonuses going, which is a little bit annoying for it as well. But yeah, it's more in the range of like Breaking Point and like Aces and stuff. Like not even OD, which just is like kind of above those. Made neither like bottom end damage, build meaning damage from the first shot, and then top and damage from the max potential. Do you think there's a niche damage build setup that potentially beats Striker at the bottom end and is practical for use? Bottom end. I mean, that's what a glass red is basically. And they have uses. Like there's definitely places where I prefer glass reds over strikers. Summit Floor 100, for instance, is a place where just going from the first shot is very valuable. Plus, you can also then use like things like a Scorpio or something. There's definitely some niche situations where you could definitely make a case for glass red. The thing is though that at now, like, how much was it? Like 49 stacks? Obliterate Striker beats a glass red, and that's a glass red. Like they're not even like, because the Striker could also be glass, right? We could have glass versus glass, but no. An Obliterate, Coyote, Strikers, like, and 50 stacks is just like, that's chump change. That's kind of the issue there. Just that the in general use, Striker can actually get its stacks at. Because they're not even like per se niche damage builds. They're they're good enough for every stuff. There's there's a reason why I still have like a glass red here and stuff. Like there's still a full glass red here. Because there is definitely sometimes cases where you could especially as well, you can use different types of weapons. You can you don't need high RPM and such. The thing is now though that with the rebalances and stuff as well, a lot of the balance has shifted to high RPM weapons being like really high on burst, and then like terrible at worse and unsustained. You're all has the wrong stat focus on using the gear mods you have shown. Okay, that could very well be. Actually, let me have a peek at that. All right, let me finish up, because I'll finish this. I'll open it up. I'll go check it. Wouldn't surprise me. Right. There might be, and yeah, if anybody actually spots any of those kinds of mistakes, do you bring them forward? But yeah, sometimes I forget to copy something over. Actually, very briefly here. So 10, 18, 24, 30. I lost my train of thought. How are we? Like this is 12 plus 8, right? This is 20, so 30, 36. 6 plus 10, 46. Yeah, it's missing a crit chance on the gear somewhere. I'll go fix that in a sec. Because yeah, we're reaching 46, not 52 indeed. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. We'll go fix it up. That's what time. No worries. Always feel free to ask away. And also, yeah, I don't think my answer is as like. There might be actually, yes. I think we might find some niche things we could do with Virtuoso headhunter wise and stuff. Thing is though that will it compete with certain choice? The thing is, it requires a lot of setup to get that like double stack thing going, and then once you do, it does add interesting amounts of weapon damage, which could be like headhunter interesting, but also, do we need that anywhere in the game is also one of those questions, which sometimes the answer is no. Like, same was the thing quite often with like using a nemesis or something on a hot shot. Like, yeah, it's one of the top damages, but do we need that anywhere? And quite often becomes no. Before we actually go do the damages on this thing, yeah, let's go fix up this Heartbreaker because there's definitely something off here. And I'm willing to bet that I just because also, yeah, if I had kept the weapon at 3 mods, 3 crit chance mods, it would be 51, not 52. So I just
Safe area detected.
likely just have a extra crit chance piece somewhere. Okay, so at least is the number there correct? Yeah, 52, 129 is just the picture, isn't it correct? Chance. 'Wait, where's the fault? Because none of the it's double crit chance on the chest. Because that's also the chest that I use on the Heartbreaker tech tank. Wait, did I do the math wrong a second ago? 10. Oh, actually, this is crit chance. I left that. No, so yeah, no, this is correct then. At least seems like 10 plus 8, 18. So 24, 30, 30, 36, 36, 42, and then 10 on the weapon. 52. Unless I'm like still missing something, but which craves is updated. 3.2, okay. Yeah, make sure like this part might be because yeah, there's double crit chance on the chest here that I have, and then yeah, it does line up 52 129, which is also what I have in the game. So because actually, when I was counting earlier, I forgot about the crit chance on the backpack. That was the one I forgot not when we were counting there. I'll leave it open for now just in case there was actually something off there. Let's go get the. Oh yeah, I just need thing numbers here, and then yeah, let's go get armamento charged up. Come back, get the damage numbers.
Safe area entered.
A day when nobody comes knocking is a good day.
Just want the. The modifier numbers. There we go. Okay. Now set my world to just normal. Because we don't want the hassle, we just want the murder quickly and then go full screen here. Also, check here. Here's a good old Astro and I found it like the X from made this. Ah, okay. That might also be the reason I can never find the other ones. Maybe those ones are like the one that everybody's using. So, any convoys preferably. There actually is. Let's go intercept these guys. Just make sure how super fun. I'm glad you like it. And some momentum. I changed the chest to better. Yeah, you can go with that. Although yeah, you'll get some more. Like if you had those pieces lying around, that works. But Cheska will definitely outperform Badger Chef. Well, no, actually, it depends. Yeah, how many blue cores you have. Actually, yeah, with enough blue cores, Badger would win. So it is an option. I know Memento Field fits in decently well with that. I do like the Intimidate version though. Just the output of it when it gets going is very much there. I just need 30 kills to charge up our Memento. That's kind of the annoyance with this build and the next build we'll be using. We need to at some point go and just get 30 mementos and yeah, just do it quickly, but also it's kind of takes a minute. Sometimes I need the resources, otherwise over there. Okay, that was that. And an elite convoy. They're gonna be close enough that they're just gonna spawn there. Just gonna wait for this.
I can break
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Incoming hostiles detected. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
That should be close to being full. Ah, that's now heroic. Which we can take, but I don't want to spend the time to do it, basically. We get that convoy instead. No worries. Well, at least I'm happy more so that like you're keeping an eye out. Getting one wrong here or there isn't the end of the world. I always appreciate the attempt, if nothing else. I know there's like gonna be a bunch of errors in the build collection. There always are. like a list or a stat block that
Detecting
is
additional
forgotten or
hostile
something.
contacts.
Or that is like, I've been trying to be good about deleting stuff and then adding stuff in, but because that helps a little bit with that, I hope. Yeah, so let's check our. So yeah, the shield is the same stat. That's the same stat. Actually, so yeah. So this is the weird thing. So this one is, for instance, showing 42. Is it mod? No, it's. You know what? I'm just not gonna care. Let's just put 42. I'm not sure what causes this between this 42 and this 43. What else? I don't care enough. We just. Yeah, let's get that out of here. Do we need anything else? No, let's just grab one more so we're completely. So we have 5 minutes. Actually, let's open up for a second this thing. So I might actually do the negotiator transfer here as well. Class rather prof, chest, bag, and holster, 5% supply clothes around depending on my weapon. The mask is a chest close, so priorities. Depends on the weapon I use. Yeah. Do like as well Eagle's Grasp has become my quite often the swap for the contractors. Damage numbers. Oh wait, killer and the stacking buff. God damn it. How do I get killer and not the stacking buff? Measured is also then 2 numbers. God damn it. Sure. Measured instead. We'll fix up the picture to match later. So, invulnerable elite. And the other one also to be invulnerable elite. Oh, doesn't percent matter. Okay. Sorry. The blaze rate needs to stack up. Good, thank you. One was all crits, the other was all non-crits. That one's all crits again. Alright, in the second half. Wait, what? Oh, there's different numbers. That's already here. Do we do 4 transfer numbers then? Need to see these numbers. Oh, which one was the transfer? It's kind of in my oh, that's right. Yeah, that's not. We'll just do these numbers. It's gonna be 60% of the critter. As per years. That it is. Alright. No killer. Oh shit. It's not. It's like that. Yeah. I mean, I don't even remember what our old weapon there was. No sense in comparing, really. Yeah, let's show it when measured. Well, let's have the build picture be with measured. And then we'll put and part of the big pass later on is going to be adding a lot of the option things. For now, we just want the main picture to be good, and then, you know, leaving space. Because for this one as well, yeah, I'm just going to put down a bunch of talents there. So let me see if this fixed itself. Yeah, it's or at all. No, doesn't seem so. Closing Bureau as contractors and eagles. Yeah. Anyway, you can run it in a lot of ways indeed. That was always the thing with the glass red as well. It was just very multifunctional. Oh, those are strikers. You basically slap anything that's full auto into it. Yeah, so this one's done. Let me just this one over for that. Yeah, let's put this heartbreaker out and make it another way. No, it's fine. Yeah, let's continue on with this character. Next step is the high-end Headhunter Tech Tank. This one. So we're gonna change this to be different. First things first, let's go get a graded 1886 out of the stash. Because yeah, we're putting one more blue core back into this because we have more damage now, so this doesn't need to be here. Yeah, let's get this build wise, nothing has changed here. It's just new stats, new damage numbers. stop moving these things until I've actually put the build picture in the spot that I want. Or the main picture, basically. Yeah, that's all good. Just gonna move it. Okay. This is gonna be different. Yeah, let's actually get out what is gonna be different. So this is gonna be different. This is all the same still. That's gonna be just a little bit different. These two are also gonna be different. And same for these two. Just to go here. Okay, yeah, let's start getting filled back in. This is the one place where actually I kind of like the Ninja Bike version a little bit better than this one, actually. Just a little bit. When did we... Oh yeah, of course. I'm like, wait, how is this 6-tier shield? But yeah, of course, the Brazos. Must remember Brazos. So we can already get the armor. Just need the regen later. It's maybe from the negotiator tech tank or whatever tech tank. Maybe we take... Is the shield gonna actually look the same? No, it's gonna be with 3, right? Yeah. We can take these and just put them just to have it be in the same spot. Not that. All the way out there. Yeah, so let's get this. This one. Yeah, and the rest of it is just, we need the memento charged up. Let's go do that again. Before I forget here as well, let's just put this to work. Should have done that last time as well. No, that works out. We'll just go get that one. Let's have a little bit of sugar. Oh yeah, I also need to do the time trials actually, or the time trial thingies in a little bit. I basically did day 1 and 2, but this one gets the sweater, and I want to wear the sweater for the. Oh well, not per se, like it's not a sweater, but like body wear.
detected.
I'm just gonna use a diamond bag, just body shots will be enough. Just murder everything. You don't need to actually make use of the build's features.
Friendly combatants nearby. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Halfway. A little over. Let's go get this one as well. And the convoys just spawn a lot, so that's why we're chasing those mostly. Because we just need number of. This one's always actually now they're gonna spawn over on that end, right? Oh, wait, actually, there's super far away. One of the spawn points is there, so there's just enemies inside of the theater buildings.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Oh, in here actually as well. Like, that's literally the gate. Wait.
Hi.
She's aggro to her. She's not aggro to this one. No. What is even happening here?
Friendly combatants detected.
I'm gonna guess her pathing doesn't allow her to go further than that. I'm just curious. What's gonna happen here? Because it's surprising as well that she hasn't seen me yet. Because her cone of vision is just going like side to side, so. Ah, there we go.
Oh, dead.
Wait, or did she spot that one? Just add an impasse.
Now, I kill you.
Ah, you're welcome.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Stay away from me.
Sure, not fully charged up. Okay, one more thing.
Friendly combatants nearby.
Yes. Like one more charge. Thing is that's more than we need. Let's jump to somewhere where it's next to a fast travel point. Except there isn't one. Yeah, it's fine. We'll do that one.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
And then we'll go get the damage numbers of this in, and then I only have the hardwired on character 2 remaining, and then character 2 is also done. I'm leaving only character 1. We kind of went in reverse order in the end.
Back away. Coming at you fast.
Incoming hostiles detected. Detecting additional hostile contacts. Incoming hostiles detected.
Yeah, am I full up? We can see if we have a round number here. Yeah, so I'm full up.
Hostile control point detected.
There you go, that one. Wait, is this the 40? No, it's not. Oh wait, maybe it is. It is. Let's wait for it to what buff to wear off. Oh, it's the short bear. Okay. That's the difference. So maybe I should make all of those 42 then. Okay, armor regen. Whole 39k. Yeah, just damage numbers remaining. We'll pick up one just to have a fully fresh one.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Back to the range. Let's fix this one up. Kind of curious as well, actually. Although we lost a red core, actually, yeah. Let's see. How much did we? What the difference actually is? Because the old numbers they're kind of over the artificer there, but used to have one red core more this build. Oh wait, that actually means I need to get the weapon damage numbers, but that's not a big issue. Yeah. Yeah, of course I gotta crit in the middle of it. Yeah. 3 shots is gonna be. Oh no, so yeah, with the memento charged up, that's actually decent. Well, actually, I do want non-memento numbers as well. We should have actually taken those first. The weapon damage is going to be different, actually, than what we have here. Right? Wait, it should be high. Oh, no, yeah, it should be lower. Oh, yeah, 20 lower because of Picaros as well. That's the memento one. But then, yeah, this one will be different as well. So actually, we need now the non-memento stuff. We've actually gotten this first. It's gonna unequip and re-equip the memento that loses all your stacks. And that's 105 without this. Okay. And yeah, let's see what the 1886 can do. So even without the memento charge up, at least, well, here with grade 25, but it can actually start on a red. Second shot can be a red or a purple. Which is what this build always like kind of could do. Well, actually, so if I, how about ungraded? Let's body shot something. Okay, even ungraded. 2.84 though is like, because it's 2.83, right? For a red. So even without grading, we're just barely scraping by now. And we get to have one more blue core. Yay. This thing is actually pretty good. Let me briefly check if this. No. Okay, chip here's one. I should claim all in the season journey, which moved the Centurion's also to my hardcore character. I'm not able to get it on normal agents, just RNG, or is it not in the loot pool? I think it is in the loot pool. Especially seeing as the thingy is definitely can drop. It might not be in targeted, that might be a thing. But seeing as Strega is correctly dropping from targeted ARs, I would be very surprised if the Centurion then wouldn't have that. But what it might have is that it's not correctly in the targeted loot pools, and then that would make it hard to get, but then it would still be in like exotic caches and full random drops. Once you have it correct. I think that's even like that part hasn't been the case for, I think somebody had a confirmed version of Strega, getting Strega, but not, he hadn't gotten that far in the season track yet. So that requirement hasn't been a requirement for a long while. For like several seasons, we haven't had that be a factor. That used to be the thing, and that's still also like the way that they explain it sometimes and stuff. But yeah, it hasn't actually been the case. Because last seasons as well and stuff, or seasons before that, you could get several items before you first got them from the reward track. Yeah, so yeah, this one's done. Yes. Oh, actually, we have 2 left on this character. I forgot about Dre. Yeah, seeker spam build. Okay, yeah. I was gonna say, hopefully we don't have too many skills here.
I'm happy to be able to help out wherever I can.
Wait, what? Since when does Douglas talk? What? Wait, what? I'm not crazy, right? I've never seen him. Like, he's basically always standing. Like, he always had that coffee machine. I used to just joke about him, like, having a very fancy coffee machine and never using it. Did they fix some of his animations or something? But also, don't remember him ever saying anything outside of, like, the very first time you come here and he says, like, he has a like, a thing. Prior to the season progression reward. Yeah. But yeah, that still could mean that it could come from like a reward source that isn't per se targeted. Because that's, for instance, the issue that we have for the catharsis and stuff as well. And like Iron Lung and stuff like that. Like, they're not in targeted. So for the catharsis, you need to get it once and then it is in target. Well, you need to have the blueprint, which means getting it once nowadays. Then you can get it from targeted. But for instance, Iron Lung and stuff still seems to be that it's completely not in targeted ever, even if you own it and have the blueprint and like are married to it and just. Oh yeah, let's get a grade 25 Capacitore. Yes. Is this shot's gonna back a boomstick? Yeah, okay. Nah, but no, fuck it. Who cares about that slot here? Yeah, this one at least, we do need to get some damage numbers. Although actually, by the look of things, I've made it easy for myself, and it's just in sync on armored enemy. Although she doesn't even need to be armored enemy. Maybe this is easier. Wait, if I put you far enough away? Put you far enough away? I've just gave up. Oh shit. I get in sync off and die. This is the annoying thing with these kind of stuff. These are not very consistent hitters. Elijah as well. I'm perfectly fine. Oh, that was without in sync. Okay. Need to trigger in sync. Oh, where else do you use this thing? Oh, it's just here. Do I have a replacement shotgun? Yeah, fuck it. We'll keep it. We'll keep this as 612. It's fine. Should eventually, like, I should replace it if I get a Super 90 of a decent one. Where do I get in sync? Remember the part where I need in sync? Okay. This one. This build shouldn't have changed at all, right? Just grading, yeah. Yeah, let's do it for the grading. I should totally change these to be new style. That's just the difference in grading from what it was back then to what it is now. Yeah, let's get this out. This is just let's put this a little closer. Nope. Okay. Stat block. Oh, we're in the range. Because I was gonna say that's not gonna be like that many seconds without. Okay. One too far. Yeah. package up here as well. So these two. So Seeker with in sync on armor. Let's put our number at the end there. What is a repeating number? 47611. Yeah, so that's likely the center hit. That's also the annoying thing with Seekers is they have radius like grenades. I don't happen to have a yellow one of those right now. Oh, this might be literally 2 grading. Because, yeah, the grading just went from 10 to 12. That's the difference. And now, let's do this. Let's go to the end here. You stay there. Let's reset this. Okay, so kablamo! What is the repeating number here? 554? That looks about right. My desk. Yeah, the rest of it, this looks fine. It's much more about the build picture and stuff anyway. It's like, it's handy to have these damage numbers here just for checking numbers here and there. So we can kind of compare, but and then, yeah, we arrive at a build that is actually kind of altered. But also, I'm kind of not feeling this thing at all. I'm almost feeling going back to marksman rifles with it. These rifles aren't really doing it for me. This build is kind of elevated. In-game I'm using the artist tool as a rifle. But for now, let's maybe just put it in as this and might revisit it later. We'll do the whole stats over again because they're quite different. That can go, that can go, that can go. Yeah, this can go, this can go. These can go. This can go. Those out of here. I wouldn't per se say Achilles is a pick anymore. That's actually this can go. This can go, this can go. Basically the whole build is The whole build is anew. Yeah, that gets to stay. Is it 55? I mean, yeah, it's gonna be 30 plus 15, right? Wait, what was this? Oh no, okay, yeah, it's of course 45. Because of no longer Araldi. Okay. And then actually those damage numbers in the corner also go away in a sec, so literally a whole new build picture. I feel so bad. There's one person watching the build, or was like looking at the build, and then suddenly like I always see it like they were like farming it in a countdown, and then in between they come back and look at it again, and then it's just like completely different suddenly. They're like, God damn it, it was almost dead. And this one's very cookie cutter with it, just sacrifice gift. Trying to just pump out as much as out of it as we can, especially as well glass like rifles, chest talents, kind of matter for them quite a bit because yeah, they don't work well with. I mean, you can make them work with obliterate and stuff, but yeah, it's much more spotter and glass and stuff that does not care about RPM. So then, I'll make the build picture because nothing else. We're gonna keep it as like just a red version. Actually, I didn't even really check how this matches up against just a glass red. Should be more because this is 30% from these 4 pieces. And at least when it's like going, it should be better off. Because I'm going with like 20% would already kind of align with it. So, should actually get, well, I'll leave that for a different day. So let's finish off this character, and then I'm just gonna have a peek at character 1 if there's like any really low-hanging fruit that we can just do in like a few minutes. We'll get that out of the way, and then yeah, I'm gonna go and do the time trial, get whatever, you know, that'll get us the so this can go. Yeah, that whole section can go. And then yeah, we're gonna do the LMG video or record the LMG video. One thing this build could definitely use, or like the gear sets could definitely use, is they should just slap like 30 weapon handling on this or something as the 3-piece bonus. Alongside of the headshot, kind of like with hotshot. Then at least you have weapon handling with this thing. Yeah, let's get The named item things. So definitely want to get the LMG video done today. It's also the coming 3 days I'll be away. So Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Which kind of sucks. But yeah, IKEA's got to eat. Gotta stay fat somehow. As you have to show us, I guess, savage, you know. So. Wait, really? I guess. Well, yeah, there we go. Exactly what happened, yeah. And hey, there worries. It's still the Dread Edict with it? Yeah. Especially, so I'm kind of leaning it towards rifles. But still the faster firing MMRs, I think actually in the end, that might actually still be the way to go with this, is some of the faster firing MMRs. Because they just have quite a bit more output. It's actually, yeah, so for instance, if we take here an 6CQB, or let's say the SIG 646. This was the burst here, 678 for like an SVD. That's of course the burst. Sustain is going to be much lower. So this is for SVD 341. No, actually no. 409. 465. So yeah. Because yeah, still like actually that old version that was on there, the Focus version, is definitely a way to set this up and then just go SVD, because that of course just didn't change. Like they just added rifles to this. But that wasn't also great, was the thing with it. So I feel this one performs better, but then you could actually slap in. But if you're going Dread Edict, I would go Focus instead of Glass. And then as well, Perfect Focus, because of course you can keep that going. Yes, let's actually refresh this one. Wait, oh yeah, if I need to hear that, that was actually exactly what happened there. But I'm gonna lean it towards being an AR or rifle build. But this is definitely one I'm gonna just kind of revisit at some point, and we'll kind of see what we want to do with it. Let me catch up here as well as I am in my own world there. So we're looking again. That's a side of my side, yeah. Yeah, like that older version that was on there, that works like perfectly fine if you're just looking to do something else, is the thing. Because it, of course, does not compete really with, let's say, a hot shot with a Dermot or something in actually playing it. That's also the reason I had it that way. It was just something different with Focus. Being much more about like just taking a position and like continuous fire outwards. And then yeah, the directly dick makes a lot of sense with that. But then yeah, go focus instead of glass. I mean, you can still do glass, but if you're going to be scoped in anyway, you might as well go focus. Especially, you know, this brand bonus is also MMR, so that helps. There's one thing I'd be interested in revisiting on this one as well is going crit chance, crit damage with the MMR, which is not per se something you want to do. But it could lead to something barely usable. Because if nothing else, just with a little bit of headshots in there, that MMR bonus of like, what is it versus rifles? How much did rifles have? I actually have a plus 30, all right. What's the base? Oh, yeah. $80, so 37 more. It's still better than the 17 crit damage from rifles. So as long as you headshot a little bit. According to ACRs, they can hammer and glass shred. Let's see. Oh yeah, adding that much stability though will come at a cost. This is kind of the thing. Because at that point, try the UIC, I would say. Because the UIC is actually very handleable, and yeah, if you're already taking more than 2 mods, basically, I think the UIC will fit you better. So, an artist tool, especially, yeah, it's one of the talent wise just pretty good, and then also it's a good talent on one of the better rifles. But yeah, I still wish they definitely put some weapon handling on aces. That would have helped immensely. Then at least that could be the thing that it does for when it comes to rifles, basically. Yeah, damage numbers. So let's get that out of here. Okay, let's get I actually had four. You never get a full bar. Do you? 4 of a kind is also just, at least not without the backpack. Are they still with some aces stacks? They're just taking vigilance as well right away. I didn't. One of the funnier things about aces is still the sound that it makes, especially like the big sound it makes it for when you get aces and eights, but that's just 2 flips. That's just 2 cards. That's 2 bonus shots. That's like the least impactful bonus you have now. But that used to be the one that used to give the group buff, so that one was like why it was. But it's funny now that like when you get flip and then like that's the 3 flip, and that there's a lot less sound than if you get that one, which is the 2 flip and is like the worst one. It's almost, you should perceive that as a warning sound almost. Yeah. So we don't need anything really special. Oh, this doesn't feel really the way to do. Actually, we would have to for the headshot part, right? Anyway, so. So, what is my... It's going to keep track of two things. Alright, so 2011. Is that one higher? Oh no, so it's 2128. Okay, damn it, give me. Oh. It's not giving me crit number. Right, there we go. I want them in that order with the crit number above it, so. These on the headshots is a little easier. Actually, I should just unload. Do the other one. Let's just all crits. It's amazing. That was just all crits again. There we go. Yeah. Respectable numbers. Wait, that 900 doesn't seem right then. No, that's right. Wait, why is the headshot then that, oh yeah, we have also bonus. Yeah, we have so many bonuses to headshot, yeah. That makes sense. Okay. Any bonus picks for this? Grav? We'll just leave it at that. That's what it is. And yay! We are done with all of character 2 as well. So yeah. Leaving one last character at the very end here. Let me briefly check. I'm just gonna quickly check if Batrix maybe can be... No, not Nightbot. Batrix. See if we can get a sign of life out of it. I get the feeling the answer is that we know. It doesn't even error out anymore. Um, yeah, let's put back what we borrowed from the stash on this character. Let's see if there's any like really low hanging fruit on character 1 that we can kind of just get out of the way. But then that'll be nice as well. So Monday we'll likely finish up the last few parts of the build collection, and then the build collection will be completely up to date and new and all good, and it'll be there. And then we're gonna change a few. We're gonna give it a pass as well, but we're gonna also gonna just make a video per character as well, going through changes and also just basically explaining the build collection stuff.
Entering safe area.
That's a bonus number 2 red, 2 blue, and can use shield with harper while my OD is at this number. Oh, help. But how are you guys calculating your DPSs? And I know already it's going to be range DPS with that. Likely, right? The answer is unless they're doing some shenaniganery, or you know, you can hit for a lot for like 2 seconds when frenzy's active or something. But that is not a real. Those are not real numbers quite often. But also, you got to remember that Heartbreaker will, well, not with 4 red or with 2 blues in there. Actually, maybe with 2 blues it will still beat an OD, but barely, not double. Because also, Heartbreaker, yeah, really, unless you're going frenzy with it or you're just on headshot numbers, even, yeah, 20 million is kind of out of its reach. Like, that's a lot. Unless you're... Well, like, not even... I was going to say, like, maybe doing... like, killer, always active numbers or something like that. Not even that. And until the next event. I mean, weapon changes and stuff isn't too bad. Same here, actually. So a lot of these are weapon changes, and that's also why they're quite often pretty tame changes. This is a flatline, I think. Not sure how that's. The thing is basically, yeah. I'm gonna say that they're likely, like, your numbers kind of seem 10 million ish. I mean, depends. Like DPS isn't the same. Body shots is different than headshots. DPS depends on if you're kind of putting rates in there, what talents are active, because yeah, you can take talents that are active for like frenzy, like for a moment, and like act as if they're always active and stuff. And yeah, if it's range DPS, if it's DPS from the range thing, that thing can be manipulated in so many ways very easily, and anybody can get like into the 100 millions on there. So unless you're also calculating them out, the thing is, you can just, if that was the case, you could just lay the calculation side by side, and then you could see actually what they were doing. But yeah, no, a Heartbreaker with 2 blues will kind of actually be on par with, I don't know, maybe you need a few more blues than that. But maybe like a 4 blue Heartbreaker is on par with the OD, but you got to remember that the OD gets to, gives the group buff. Gives a group buff out to everybody. And also has mitigation for dealing with ammo and stuff like that. Like, there's other values there. It won't be that on outright damage, a full red versus a full red Heartbreaker versus a full red OD. But there's more to the builds than just their damage. Did I miss something here anywhere? So the new striker meta has changed. Yeah, guessing you're kind of talking about what Dud has been putting out. Actually, has he put it even more? I was gonna maybe wade into that today, but actually I'm not in the mood, so we're not. But yeah, I've seen a few people bring that up. The answer is no. The high-end backpack is definitely usable. I wouldn't even recommend it because that's also why it's not in my recommended list and stuff, not like that. And I feel there might be some shenaniganery that Dot got himself into with putting those videos together because, yeah, some of the numbers coming forward, I get the feeling he's comparing a glass to an obliterate, which is like, I don't feel nothing stopping you from putting glass on the other side as well. Unlikely I'll look into those videos over these next few days. I'll have an hour here or there. Let's see if I bring myself to actually do it. Yeah, let's maybe continue for a little bit longer here. So this one's pretty easy. Nothing's changed here. Just damage numbers and stuff. But this also has no like memento or anything to deal with. But the EQ trick there's no spacebar user won't be delete exponents. What do you mean? Oh, yeah. That's also what we use that way there. Because if you do press hold X and press hold spacebar, yeah, that is also the macro indeed for deleting characters. But yeah, you can just QE. That's also how my macro is set up for that. At some point, I'm gonna actually make a video of just and release the macros that I have. Basically, I wanted to mess with their timings a little bit more because they're kind of tightly timed for myself, and I might just make 2 versions. But then also maybe just in the video show how to change timings on it. Because the timing can be quite different depending on your latency and stuff. And of course, the tighter you can have those timings, the better as well, because then... do we keep Shield Splinter as secondary? On this, I feel we do. This is gonna change, this is gonna change. This stays the same. This stays the same, that stays the same. And also, yeah, show it with... Here we added a 6 blue. I'm gonna make it a 4 blue. That is how I've been running it anyway. What I might do actually is... Where are these? Let's go recalibrate. Let's get these. I just have one and double copy it. Okay. Anything else is the shame. We'll redo those just to be in the new style. Although actually I can just... These are already kind of in the new style. Just need to crop them better. Yeah, let's get the picture of it in.
Welders and electricians report to the main desk at the earliest possible convenience.
Yeah, let me get you up here. This is 100 in total income. You can't look at those numbers. Those mean nothing. That is much more dependent on how aggressive you play, on what kind of stuff you're running, how quickly you run in, how much you shoot, how much how much more you're spending on like those end numbers and stuff. Yeah, you can't really look at. Taking damage doesn't affect him as long as bonus armor is up. Yeah, I mean that's the thing of. At best, what you can do as well is like, if you wanna have his build, because if you're in that countdown with him and you're running OD, you're buffing him first of all. So you're helping out there. You're helping him and obviously yourself. You could just inspect them, copy the build, and see how you do with that build. But yeah, there's so much, especially like with mission completion numbers, it's the player is much more important. Like, yeah, a bad player can't make a bad build work, but a good player can even make a bad build work. And then when you put a good player on a good build, then it just shines. Drop those blues and become the heartbreaker. No, he's insane. Yeah. Although having two blues, I can see that for heartbreaker. The bonus armor you get from it is quite worth it, decently. And countdown I wouldn't die. And countdown I would just be all red anyway. If you're going for damage, just go for damage. Specifically there. But for general use, yeah, I could see like putting a few blues on it. A little bit more bonus armor, protecting the vigilance. Double checking that we're hitting all the parts. Wait, this doesn't have. What? This does not have the PFE number for this build. Like, because you have like the armor regeneration and stuff there, but I don't have the amount of PFE. How does that happen? And then weapon damage. But the thing is, for instance, Countdown, as a team, you guys might be better off with somebody running OD and still doing like average, decent-ish numbers. By the look of those, because you're not doing nothing. You're at least still contributing pretty well. It looks like. Is that everything? Well, these still. Actually, these are different now. Well, the Chem wasn't. A sad little tier 0 there. Okay. There we go. And I got lefty as optional, and
If you notice suspicious activity, report it to the nearest JTF member immediately.
let's go get just not that this thing built this build does damage, but um modifier. Let's do it against armor actually. There was one non-crit in there. Let's get a different one. Let's get one with a few non-crits. And that's the kind of the nerf of the Scorpio coming through. We have two more blue core or two more red cores, but we're basically doing about the same as we were doing. Oh, let's be fair. I should have a. That's all crits. Gotta have a crit number above a non-crit number. There we go. And one of the things with shotguns is they're very inconsistent in their numbers, so it's super annoying always. But good enough. Okay, so this one's done. Let's see. It's 115. I want to give a rethink. Why don't you just do the thing I used to do, which is this goes into the stash. Do we pull that by any character that like I want to jump into the DZ with, and then we put something else there. Because I'm kind of considering putting a blue core OD there, and then basically every character has an OD. Because this will be kind of like this will be a galvanized based OD. And I'm not sure actually if I want to go OD chest with it. Because yeah, 30% amp to a build that isn't like super set up for damage or Vanguard for the whole team. But yeah, I might actually get rid of this DZ one. We'll put it as X build, but then it'll basically go into the stash. Or I'll make it a stash build, basically, an S build. Because what ends up happening quite often is, like, if I want to go into the DZ anyway, I'll just grab some parts out of the stash and just put it on whatever character I'm on. Let's see, any like super easy ones? This explosive one takes quite a while. This oxy one will take quite a while. Negotiator drone will take quite a while. Combat medic would be... Oh, combat medic is done already, no mind. This hazard protected of eye. Let's see that one. Because yeah, we still have Highlander's Fury here as well. That will take quite a bit. 2 tech tanks, which will mean mementos. Yeah, let's just do this hazard protectify, and then gonna go do the time trial of today. So Lofty Scorpio, yeah, still with Hermano as the thing. Nothing should have changed here. Yeah. Let's get the skills first as they're charging up. Otherwise, we'll just have to do the skills in the new way. You know what? Let's take them. Let's be lazy. Just gonna take this whole section from there, and then slap it here. Mm. Okay, yeah, we have technician there in the corner. Oh, although actually, yeah, I have that for the healing, right? And also for sledging and stuff, so I can at least be a little bit useful. Yeah. Let's wait for the cam to be fully charged up, so it doesn't have that grating there. In the meanwhile, let me catch up here. I'm good to just go back. 5 red, 1 blue. We had a different setup the other day with 4 red, 2 blue. Let's run the same match, yeah. Yeah, red cores will, like, one difference isn't the biggest difference, but yeah, it adds up at the second, you know. But likely it's just playing around with it, which is a good thing to do. Just and then OD with Coyote, just 4 pieces of the all red, and Armlong, and with good chance on each. So for your setup, I might recommend, because Sadist got a very big buff, and yeah, if you want to compete in damage, Sadist is the way to go. So in the build collection 3.01, this is, although yeah, you can also actually Wicked can work as well. Wicked and VG are basically interchangeable there, but even like I have a Wicked version when I find it. Actually, yeah, this one we even went with that Coyote here, but the backpack, yeah, the talent is up to you. You can Wicked and Vigilance both were rare. But yeah, Carnage is a really good pick there. And also, yeah, you didn't say there, but if you're not using the chest, use the chest. But I'm guessing since you didn't say a chest talent, you're likely running the chest. But if you just want a little bit or a lot more damage, and actually I would just recommend that. Like Armlong as a secondary is pretty good, but I wouldn't main it. The Carnage will outdo it by quite a bit. Yeah. So let's slightly take a second. Bad to have less damage, less armor, no bonus armor. Well, the thing is, he's set up as a full red. Like, you can just grab a striker and be quite on par with him. Very much so. You just don't have the bonus armor. But also keep in mind that bonus armor on the more red you go on a Heartbreaker, the less that kind of saves you. um, and then also, yeah, you're buffing the team. And also, for instance, in the open world, you can run ammo directives where, you know, a Heartbreaker will just run out of ammo. An OD has basically infinite ammo once it gets going. Like, you get one pistol kill. Once you have your special ammo, you're good for the rest of the time. For instance, even under pistol era. So there are benefits to it. And as well, you can always just copy the build. Like, literally one-to-one copy whatever they're running and see how it works out for you. Especially while he's shredding and gets back. Oh yeah, but also, again, you're buffing him, so that helps him shred. All right, so Ultra has a normal world setting for heroic directors. Now Pistolero, but Feral EV wasn't happening. I'd been down hard just to get out. Yeah, I might try actually. What is it? Is it like a tight time or something? I haven't looked at what it was yet, but yeah, I'm guessing it's the federal. I'm gonna first do this here because I don't want to. I just want to get that, like, whatever apparel part it is and put that on and just use that in the video. Because yeah, we're gonna first. So I'm gonna do it like a normal first. But on guard, yeah, I am definitely gonna go do it on heroic, or at least attempt to do it on heroic as well. Wicked instead of VG. Yeah, and that's perfectly fine. Like, Wicked and VG will not be like game-changing levels of damage. But yeah, definitely grab Sadist. Like, Sadist, especially Carnage. Just grab a Carnage. That will help you already a lot in your outputs. Iron Lung is nice. That's the reason I have that on that thing as well as my secondary. Either Iron Lung or Scorpio, just to start it off very easily. Because yeah, you have that fire with the Iron Lung. But then I swap to the Carnage and then kind of main the Carnage. And the Carnage will have a lot more damage because of the talents than anything else, really. So if you want to bump up your damage, that would be a good place to start. And then, yeah, that's kind of... I know, if you weren't running the chest, run the chest, but I think you were already... no, I finally just subbed for everything. So this one done. That was an easy one. No other stat changes. No. Easy peasy. So how many are remaining? Let's do a refresh here. It'll take a second to catch up. So we start here. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, this one we might just cut. These two are mementos. This is a headhunter, so that takes a while. Just because we have multiple. Well, actually, yeah, we have also like different versions of it in there. Yeah, let's leave this for a different time. This is going to become virtuoso at some point. What build we'll need to make still, and then this is done. Combat medic's done. So drone negotiator. Might actually keep this with the negotiator backpack, kind of in the same way. So we just give it a new build picture and some parts. Oxy explosive build, and then it's done. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 builds remain. We're under double digits. It's an effing miracle. But yeah, we've been at it for like 2 hours. Let's stop that. Let's go and do the... Just quickly get the time trial thing. I just want the cosmetic for just to have for in the video. Because I think, right? Yeah, I did day 2 already, like when it's released. Also, actually, I'm just gonna do DCD real quick for just a Rudy shirt. And I'll do Federal as well, just to So, wait, what was it? DCD. But it doesn't need to be... Why isn't that marking? I'm gonna guess it needs to be... Is that grayed out? What was the other one? Okay, yeah. I'm gonna guess it needs to be non-invaded then. Yeah, okay, no, it's not one. Oh, wait. Okay, time trial available on non-invaded mode. Let's go. Full screen. Yeah, let's go get that real quick, and then we're gonna go record the LMG video, put that in the bag, just so I can edit it together tomorrow and put that up, and then we'll go from there. Let me see if this ever fixed itself. I don't think so, likely. No, Batrix is still having issues. 1047, double heroic, probably 18,600 would be able to do it. Heroic solo, like, I mean, well, Regulus can go faster, but just a normal headhunter quite often doesn't per se go faster. 1047 is a fast time though, yeah. Like, even the old heroic one, I think, was 12, and that was kind of a hassle. Would you say it's the best Dark Sun solo build in your opinion? So I'm not much of a PvPer or anything, so I'm actually, yeah, I'm gonna just do these on. I'm gonna just do them on normal instead of story because actually usually sometimes it's faster.
Coming from the DCD complex.
I just want the completion here.
Whatever's
Well, we'll do
over
them
there,
on our
we need
way.
to shut it down.
Well, we'll do the hard one. Or try to after recording. Damage number still. Yeah, I'm not much of a PvPer. Solo, the thing is, you shouldn't be, like, one of the easiest things to not do is be solo in DZ. More so than the build, because there's strength in numbers. So I would generally just
Active terminal detected.
recommend avoiding being solo in the DZ. Like, it's like soloing legendaries. Is you can, but you're making a challenge for yourself on top of it. There's plenty of people that kind of depends on what you want to do in the DZ. But yeah,
Connection established.
if you want a PvE in the DZ, there's people for that. And if you want a PvP in the
Active
DZ,
lab on the
there's
north
people for
side,
that.
close to you. Your first priority should
I'm
be
gonna
to
put
shut
this
that
for the
down.
resources if I get any.
Looks like the best
But
way
then
to take
for
the lab
solo
offline
as
is the
well,
decontamination
the
protocol.
recommended
That's just a
build
fancy way of saying
for
everything
like
gets
solo
sterilized.
Isaac's not detecting the
DZing,
gas
not per se
needed for the decom
PvPing,
process.
would be a
must have
pulse
disabled the
resist
line.
build just so you
Get
can
the
get
main fuel line
to
in the
run away.
basement. That should get it flowing again.
so you can bravely run away,
Open the fuel line. That should give the
and they
decom
can't
protocol
like
enough gas
follow
to
you
run.
easily.
Emmeline's gonna be pissed.
And it's eventually just going to be the boss room, right? And I'm trying to think what will be kind of the issue with Federal. I mean, it just takes a while, one.
The decontamination protocol can be initiated from a panel in the lab above
Why am
you.
I?
Stay put once you pull the trigger and you
Turn
should
this
be
off for
safe.
damage numbers.
Top floor. You can't miss it. It's right in the middle of the lab.
Why would we not have all of these in? It also depends on if you're doing it, because I feel with modifier it should be it should be very doable. All out will be hard to trigger.
Virus samples detected.
First, don't need to do that.
I guess you could call that clean.
Felt like murdering those. How would you make the OD build more survivable without sacrificing too much damage? Swap 4, trade tickets for Bloodsucker or Brain Rush. depends on how you're using it. I would say neither adrenaline rush. So if you're like, because yeah, you were kind of talking about countdown earlier. Neither really would work in countdown. Is you're not that close overall to make adrenaline rush trigger consistently, and you're gonna get a kill here and there, but you're not, you know, especially when you're competing with 7 people. If you want to make it more survival, it kind of depends. If it's just for group wise, if it's for countdown, a few blue cores, you can definitely put in a few blue cores. But I would say learning to position and learning to just not get hit, especially when you have 7 decoys, team members.
The outcasts are using blood from an asymptomatic
Because just learning to
someone
like
infected but doesn't show symptoms.
so yeah, on my channel, for instance, I have a that might be worth for you to have a peek at, especially just like the first episode of it. There's a 3-parter of improving yourself, and kind of go into like, you know, concepts of like positioning and stuff like that. If it's for like 2-man or something, if it's for small groups, one thing you could do is slap in a memento. A memento is a very easy piece to get some survivability out of. What you could go with as well is just an AR or rifle with a shield. Because, for instance, rifles with a shield work decently well.
Emmeline's the head of the outcasts.
It's not as good as the Carnage, but
they've got an endless supply of
you know, you make that choice just to have a
Your
shield.
route out is going to take you into the DCD research library.
AR wise though, not much is great because like Fall is a decent burster, but it has also 10 rounds less and stuff. In the rifle category, something like a LVOEC or SIG can be decent enough where it has enough damage per mag to work, but then you get to have a shield. But then it's also the thing at that point, even more so, is, you know, you're talking about wanting to have more damage, and like that's not how you get more damage. Then as well, you're going like a different way at that point, basically. So you gotta kind of make up your mind on what you're kind of looking for, and of course you're gonna have like 2 different builds. I don't know if you're familiar with the build collection. I'm gonna link it in a second. But
Initiated.
I'll need to copy it myself because Batrix is not alive today. That links to the build collection. For instance, there have on character 2, so 2 point something, likely 13 or 14. OD Tech Tank. The link wouldn't work now, so that's why I'm not doing the number link. Also, let's turn off damage numbers here. Which is a tech tank, but that's more just for like small groups and stuff like that. Just slapping in a memento can. Also being one shots, never on the one now. Make that. Oh yeah. It's not gonna waste your time, yeah.
Depth transfer completed.
Well, it's also just very spread out and stuff. It's a very wide fight.
Do much else from here. Thanks. Here they come. Be careful.
But like the rest of it wouldn't per se be. But yeah, it's 10, 47, 11 minutes basically. It's pretty short. It was actually kind of cool if some of the hard ones that they maybe go for numbers that are not instantly gettable. But they're always still available, just you can just do them on normal, and then for those that want the extra challenges there. And we got ourselves the... I almost gonna like this one better. They're doing this combat. How do we do this combat? This hat is just too much. Yeah, let's do it like that. With the Yule must. Let's deconstruct these for resources. Yeah. Oh yeah, let's bang out the federal here as well, because otherwise I'll forget. But yeah, first here on... Let's just do the normal. Just want on this character for them to just be done.
I need to find out what happened to the team that went
try
to
this one
repair the main
specifically
shade
on
node. The federal shelter should be beneath your current position.
character
Find a way down
4.
there, but proceed with caution.
Because actually what I'm going to grab is the Heartbreaker Tech Tank and just see what time we can set with that and then go from there. If you've already completed the project, does the timer still show up again? Likely not, right? Because like with leagues, if you, like even if you had it to stage 10, if you went in again, it would show the timer again. I haven't tried. No, we're gonna try after this mission.
You know that bitch hiding from us was at Roosevelt Island.
Roosevelt Island, you say? Are you lampshading? And if you really want the power of fantasy, take
Human
a
remains.
actual
Detected.
heroic
Identified as Division
build
agents.
into normal, and
There's no way the
yeah,
outcast
there
could have
we
taken
are.
out an entire squad in a fair fight. It's not possible.
The guys upstairs. Oh, that's also gonna suck, yeah. The guys upstairs here. Because on solo, 3 guys spawn here, and they're all gonna be upstairs. That was shock. Oh, 4 even.
Online computer detected.
Because even on
Great.
heroic, they spawn
You can
like
use the
that,
computer
right?
to sync Isaac with their comm system. Hopefully we can get a 20 on our team. If they're in any shape to answer.
Connection established.
Hello? Can you hear me? This is Manny Ortega with the division.
Manny, thank God. It's Maya. I'm all that's left on our team. We couldn't get the node back online. I salvaged some equipment that will get the White House node connected to the national network, but before I could get back, those crazy fucks showed up. You gotta get me out of here.
Again, just goes back to... okay. Yeah, it's tied, of course, to the project, right? Probably my expectation as well. In time. Trading places.
That bitch can't hide forever.
Some supplies here.
Should get a
Leave it
change
for
of
now.
Where?
I think I'm safe for now, but please hurry.
Help is on the way, Maya. Sit tight and just try to stay calm.
One trick you can do here to be faster is you can go around the fire, but you can also go through the fire.
Hit that bastard!
That fan looked like a person.
You gotta put out the flames. I don't know if Maya has any fireproof gear.
For speed, you would normally actually destroy those right away. Oh, I didn't get that. Oh yeah, you have to shoot that one. You should shoot that one before you get here. I'm gonna actually grab the key chest here. It's not like we're gonna come back here today. Let's do the jump down. Key running. Speed running strat. Speed key running strat. My brain really didn't want to go through that. Yeah, let me get you up here.
I have to move. Someone's trying to break in.
Before there was some this man is the 14 minutes and stuff didn't start till it became like hards and stuff. But yeah, there was a 20 minutes heroic manning, which was hard, but not that hard. But that one was also like season 3 or something.
I'm safe for now, but I don't think they're gonna stop coming after me. I don't know what I did to make them so
When we
mad.
had the clips and stuff, so I remember
They're coming. It's not safe.
how easily doing. Might as well multi-spawn this side. Just gotta taunt him.
No damn way! Burn out the flight! Set the city on fire!
Damn it. I'm trying to fall back to talk to Maya right away.
If
So
you
basically
hadn't
we have
shown up when you
another
did,
3 minutes for a heroic
head
run.
back as soon as the escort team arrives.
It's gonna be tight actually, yeah.
With the equipment Maya recovered, we can restore the Shade network across the entire
And I'm
country.
gonna back a
I'll
boomstick,
send a team to
which
assist Maya. and
is a
retrieve the fallen
DZ
for
item
proper
technically,
burial.
but they faultily added in. Yeah, let's take it to castle. Let's go start setting up for recording. You can't run it
Hostile
on the
control
same
point
character
nearby.
yet. It's not the guy, no. That's not that. But yeah, it's gonna it's gonna be on a different character for my purpose.
Local power grid compromised.
Also, yeah, why is it playing this when I'm like on a character that has already completed it? I'm gonna guess they just added it back to like all characters so they can get the recruiter notes thingy, but it's kind of weird. Because this character definitely did the post recruiter kind of thing. Let's junk out of here. Let's kind of set up for what build we're gonna use. Then was it with... let's turn off the modifiers. And then it was 1 crit damage mod and 1 crit chance. Yeah. Let's take it back over here.
Mari must be cooking something
We've
special.
been starting all of these. In the background, I'm gonna also go to the folder. We're gonna already make this folder. 24, 12, 12. And it's 14, 14. Yeah, 24, 12, 12. Underscore LMG. In depth. Let's take from the SMG one, because we'll just have to take one letter. Let's take a description file and a thumbnail file.
Hostile control point identified.
So let's fix that up. Let's quickly delete this. Light machine guns. So I should put this link in here already because last time I forgot. So I already have this in here. Just that. Clean up the description file and stuff that if I don't do it now, I'll always forget and just there'll be a error in there somewhere. But yeah, I was also going to get you up here real quick.
You ever get tired of staring at the same spot to see something different?
31, especially with level. We finished trial and I difficulty created 2 meals yesterday and it's down drowsy. Yeah. Although, so there's going to be actually, you know, we'll have them for a bit because we'll have once they all have unlocked, all 7. But yeah, they'll be. I was doing a watch alt yesterday and kind of went like, or what it was Tuesday maybe. It was just like, oh yeah, so this could be a good trick. And yeah, for the time being, we can definitely make use of them. But actually, once all, I don't think you'll even need all 7, right? Because you could also even join Like, kind of depends. You can also join, like, well, in dual boxing way, you could do it with somebody else, them being on like challenging 5 directives, like not even heroic, so that they can easily do it. But even without, you get like more than a level per. So exactly. Nice. Oh, it was on normal, of course. Burning through. One group are better than one Fenris at 60 crit chance. So the question there is not how much crit chance you have, because I'm going to assume that you've balanced out your crit chance. It is much more how much weapon damage do you have and how much crit damage do you have. And also how much grading are you expecting to put on it? Because yeah, at 27 grading, that will of course like make Fenris less valuable per point. You gotta keep in mind as well, between them, it's usually not a big difference. One choice I generally go with, and why, for instance, if this was, let's say this was an AR build, let's say, we'll put a FAMAS in there. Instead of this, if I went like Fenris or Grupo, the Fenris would likely win even with high grading, just barely. But the Grupo would apply to, you know, my secondary as well. So that's always a consideration. That's why generally I actually don't go the specific weapon damage route, because especially with high grading, like if you're grading most of your stuff to into the 25s and stuff, usually Grupo is basically on par with it. Even now that it's 2 points less. But it's much more, yeah, a question of how high your weapon damage is, because also, yeah, if you have a bunch of blue cores, Fenris. Like if you have a bunch of blue cores, if your weapon damage is pretty low, Fenris is going to beat it, but then like by 2% or something, and then it's like really worth it.
Control point nearby.
Where's my, there. Do I put the Sleipnir as secondary, or do I put the Bestia secondary? Let's put the Sleipnir. Double MG5. Yeah. Maybe we take a Bestie, just to have the visual of the Bestie. Let's put that there, so the... I should know where not to say fair, so... It's gonna be like that. We should maybe wait for daytime, or maybe we do the old inverse instead of night for day. There. We do, or day for night, we'll do night for day. It's even raining outside. Yeah, let's maybe just start recording. Just gonna do a test one there, just to make sure it's writing. How much space do I have on this hard disk still, actually? Yeah, still 260 gigs. At some point, I think I'm gonna just delete like the final files of a lot of my videos. Because I have always the segmented files and like the project file that made them, so we can always get back to that end result if we like really needed to or something. But that will open up a bunch of hard disk space there. Yeah, let's actually maybe do this. Does this work? Yeah. Let's make sure all of these work. We're going to use that. We're going to use that. And we're going to use just that. Okay. Yeah, let's let's try. Let's give it a try. What's with the... Oh, it's a coyote smoke. You know what? It adds to the ambiance. The ambience. You wouldn't call an ambience a van, would you? Hope somebody gets that one. Yeah, let's actually go it. In that look, right? Yeah. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we're going to have an in-depth look into LMGs, as that DPS table has been done for quite a while, but we're catching up to it now, as LMGs have, of course, been always one of the core weapon types. We sometimes avoid them a little bit for their suppression, but they're well worth using, especially since Project Resolve. They were always a little bit too far behind in the past. Project Resolve, of course, gave them a bump up as a whole category with 20%, which kind of messed up things a little bit, because also there needed to be balancing within the category, and we have that now, basically. So we'll go through, as we have done so for already, the ARs and SMGs, so if you're interested in those, go watch those videos, and these files, of course, are available, and I'll link them down below, both to the Burst and Sustain tables folder, as is here, where also the main Burst and Sustain file exists, and then also to these ones, which also are in there as well. And these are, of course, now LMG, in this case, on a specific build, Striker again. We're reusing Striker here because it's still, you know, it's one of the go-tos. We could go, for instance, with Heartbreaker or some such to maybe put in some variety there. But actually, I want ARs, SMGs, and LMGs eventually to all be one big file together. We're not gonna do that yet. We'll do that towards the end when we make some time for that. But we can, of course, already just jump between them. But we'll make one big list out of all of them together in the end. Everything will be timestamped. We're going to kind of start with our premise again, kind of explaining what we are intending to kind of get out of this. Then we'll go over the build, as we have done so far. Then we'll have a big segment again on Burst DPS, where we'll go over the Burst DPS of these LMGs, especially, of course, on build with a talent. That is the big deal here. Because when we put them on build, in comparison to when we have them just in the Burst and Sustain tables, as we have them here, there are weapons that have -1 mod or minus multiple mods, although in the LMG category, just -1 at most. Plus, we have things like the exotics and the names that have certain ways that they work. And in here, we kind of, both get Burst and Sustain numbers for them, because especially LMGs, I feel, do matter to look at their Sustains as well, as they are much more aligned towards that to begin with, anyway. So yeah, let's go get started with our premise. I kind of included the premise there. That's the premise. maybe I redo that part. Yeah, maybe I did too much there. Also, it's getting daytime now, and this looks a lot better actually. The game itself. So let's just redo. Let's just take a redo. Also, we might actually get wait, let's bump this back a little bit, because it's otherwise gonna get blown out in a second. Yeah, let's that one was take 0. This is take 1. That's how that works, right? Yeah, let's go. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to continue our in-depth looks into weapon types, in this case, into LMGs. As of course, yeah, the LMG category has always been a popular one. Here again, we're going to put it as we have done for ARs and SMGs already. So if you're interested in those, go view those videos. We're going to go through a big list as I made for ARs and SMGs already, and I'm in the works for rifles and shotguns and pistols and MMRs as well, where we put it on build. And we can actually kind of compare it, plus having most of the relevant talents, not all talents, that would be, some are actually useless somewhat. So here we have it on build with different talents, and of course in burst first, and then in sustain second here as two different tables. Everything will be linked down below, which includes as well the burst and sustain folder itself, in which also lives the main burst and sustain file, and of course all of these offshoots with the ARs and SMGs and LMGs and several others. Here again, we've chosen to go with strikers as our build of choice, and there's a reason there as well, as in the end, likely after we've done all of these separately, I do want to make a combined list of the AR, SMG, and LMG, and we've kind of kept the build somewhat the same between, well, actually the same between all three of them. The Coyote ranges is a little bit different between them, so that will impact choices there a little bit, but yeah, we'll eventually just merge all three as well in a separate file. But for today, we're gonna go through the LMGs, and everything will be timestamped down below, of course. We'll start with our premise a little bit. We'll go into the build that we're gonna use, and then we're gonna go into burst as DPS first, which usually is the biggest segment, and then we'll hit up the sustain DPS as well. Of note as well, with this video, we'll at the end go into my stash basically and kind of have a chat as I have one of every weapon available to me there. We'll go over every single weapon and kind of just give it a final thought basically, and kind of give them somewhat my opinions on them. So that might be interesting if you're just interested in kind of the final conclusion. That segment might be for you. But yeah, for the rest of us that are kind of into numbers and nerdiness, let's go get started first, with our premise, and then we'll go from there. There we go. That one, I feel a little bit better, man. And for today's hi, I'm IKEA. Interesting if you're just interested in kind of the final conclusion. Yeah, let's put that in the LMG. So yeah. And as we have made quite often for now, in the past as well with Project Resolve, I used to make these a little bit more condensed in those versions where it was just a few talents. Now I've gone a little bit overboard, and we're doing a lot of talents, and this is specifically as well on a build, on a striker's build. We'll show the build in a second separately. I just wanted to explain that we're going to use certain set of numbers basically for this, where we're using a Coyote on the build. We're going to keep the Coyote at 15 to 25. Basically, we're just incorporating those numbers. I'm kind of treating it as if you were running it solo. That's also why, for instance, in the SMG one, we went with a 0 to 15, and then actually set up the build at 60 crit chance, where you're basically just getting the short range buff from a Coyote. We're going to use grade 27 for our weapons as our numbers. That does, of course, affect some things like, for instance, Frenzy, everything that hits weapon damage, basically. Frenzy, Unhinged, Optimist. In this category, no others, but that does, of course, affect our choices here, but I feel that one is fitting. We're generally going to run high-graded weapons. Also, for our headshots, we're putting it basically at a 20% headshot rate. That will affect some choices. Here, actually, nothing really impacts, nothing really interacts directly with headshots. For instance, some talents with other weapons would be headshot-based. For instance, the Bighorn's talent and such. We're taking 20% as just an average that I feel, if we're kind of try-harding, we can kind of get to, in certain situations, we can, of course, get way higher than 20%. In somewhat casual play, we might get a lot less than 20%, but I had to pick a number. I picked 20. fight me. If you wish. You can always try to change my mind if you wish. And yeah, we're taking 60% DTA, but actually looking through this, that does not affect anything in this category because, yeah, we have no DTA actually. That brings me as well as some people would likely think that DTA would be the pick for the third stat, and no, very much not anymore. Crit chance is the way to go. In the past, it was always between crit chance and rate of fire, and you really only put in rate of fire if you could not fit in the crit chance cleanly, which was actually the case with 3-mod weapons and strikers. Now we have crit damage mods that are equivalent to our crit chance mods on the weapon. There is no situation really anymore, even not on Negotiator or Umbra, where taking crit chance third stat will make it impossible to like use it, because you can always put a few crit damage mods on the weapon. Some weapons, of course, require long rail to have all crit damage mods. We'll kind of look into that. Here as well, to explain, there is several different nomenclatures here used. We'll zoom in already a little bit. We're using a P to stand for pouch, so we're using the plus 50 round mag of gunner as for that. For some of the LMGs, of course, we could pick the rate of fire mag. For instance, specifically these two a lot, the GR9 and the Stoner. Do you really need 250 rounds over the 200? Or would you rather have 5% rate of fire? I would generally pick the 5% rate of fire, even though, yeah, for instance, in this case, with Frenzy, yeah, that's Frenzy is a special case, of course, bag size based. But yeah, there is a choice to be made there. And of course, then we have BM for Big Mag, which only the L86 and the RPK will be using. But they, of course, have no choice but to do that. Important as well, the pouches, neither of the pouches come with a reload minus. So we are using basically the numbers from on build with a striker build with weapon handling. So yeah, the reload numbers are of those basically from the build. And then the pouches actually have a benefit where they don't have the minus 10%. So you're 10% from the watch. Normally, if you're, for instance, using a Big Mag, you would have plus 10 from the watch, minus 10 from from the mag, 0 as a result. That is not the case with the big pouches. With the pouches, either of the pouches, with the big mag, we do lose that. Yeah, let's go have a look at the build. Yeah, a little rambly, a little as well. I sometimes latch onto a word and it just gets used like 7-8 times in a row, which is kind of a thing.
Hostile control point identified.
As ransom bumps into me there. Actually, I want. Wait. Good chance it could. Okay, yeah. Okay. So let's go with this. And this one should seem familiar. We're going to use the same as we did for the ARs and for the SMGs as well, actually, although, of course, we basically calculated with different ranges of Coyote. The Coyote is going back to 15 to 25 here. We're setting up the build to go with crit chance third stat LMG and to have one. Oh, actually, that's. Wait, am I being a dum-dum here? Yeah, I'm being a dum-dum. We're not setting up like this at all. We're going all crit damage. Yeah. Yes. Because that's actually not how the build is set up. This is on 49.5, which is this one. Yeah, let's retry that. Delete that other one. Never happened. Still take one. As well, you could as well something a little similar as well. Yeah, exactly. I should have as well done that as well. It's fine. So let's do this as well. And here we are with the build. It should seem familiar if you watched the AR or SMG video. We're using the same setup. We do, instead of the AR one though, we are actually using one crit damage more on the build. Basically, everything is crit damage. It's kind of the old Elmo setup, if you are familiar with that. We only have crit chances basically on the Coyote and on the Cheska here. We're still as well using Cheska there. We're using a crit chance third statted LMG, as we were talking about. This is the go-to now. There's really no real reasons to go something else, except for very situationally. And for instance, the triple tick build, which isn't that much into crit chance, but you are kind of using a pesty and you want DTA there. But we're kind of going into the weeds at that point. 9 times out of 10, crit chance will be the best stat to put here, and because of that will be the general meta choice for us to pick here. And the reason for that, of course, nowadays is that we can actually flip crit chance mods to crit damage. We could always do that, but of course we were flipping a 5 crit chance for a 5 crit damage, and that wasn't worth it. Now we're flipping a 5 crit chance for a 10 crit damage. Of note is that, of course, not all weapons have the ability to put, well, almost all weapons have the ability to put crit chance mods in every mod slot that they have, except for the magazine, of course. But for instance here, the MG5 does not have a long rail, so it can only put a crit chance mod here. It can't take the crit damage mod here. So what we're going to go with is that with most weapons, we're taking 2 crit chance mods, as we have here, and we're landing on this 49.5 that we have here, which I feel is a decently okay number. We could, of course, go with, for instance, one thing you could do is, for instance, go with 1 crit chance mod more here, and then flip a crit damage mod to crit chance, and then go to 50.5. You can actually shift crit chance a little bit, and then you lose 2 crit damage, basically. But yeah, using the crit damage mods on the weapon, and then swapping a crit damage roll on the gear over, and you can actually shift crit chance a little bit like this. We're going to go with this 49.5 here, though, but that's mostly as well. We're going to keep 2 crit chance mods, and then actually put on the weapons that have 1 more mod slot, they'll get, as their third slot, they will get a crit damage mod. So basically all of them are kind of lining up nicely with each other that way. Here we have, for instance, a pesty, which as well should have a crit chance third stat overall in 99 cases. For weapons like the pesty, like the other ones, like the other exotics, we're going to actually adjust the build, of course, to be in a decent state crit chance wise. And we're just going to add in mods as needed to make up for that. We don't have any weapons here really that will need any special treatment high-end wise, because yeah, we're either putting 2 crit chance mods on it, or with the weapons that have 1 mod slot more, which is actually most of them will just put 1 crit damage mod on top, making for easy swapping between them. So yeah, let's actually go to the big list and kind of start looking through it. There we go. That's kind of Alex fine. Let me just close that for a second. Yes. So the big list.
Hostile control point nearby.
Shut up, Isaac. Shut up, wannabe Anna. Nah, let's just get started. And with our premise and the build we're going to use out of the way, we can start jumping into this list. And yeah, it is pretty long. There are quite a bit of LMGs, although actually the category isn't as big as, for instance, SMGs in the amount of weapons, because we're using that rate of fire and the pouch differences. Yeah, we're creating basically 2 instances of each. There's also a lot of names in this category, and some of them also require multiple instances, as we'll kind of go into. But yeah, it's a pretty big list. We have basically 185 it ends on. We're starting on 6, so 179. Quick maths. Entries into this. And yeah, we're just basically inputting. If you haven't seen these before, they are basically a big list, as I was trying to zoom out a little. They're big. They're kind of like the multi-calculators, except from being above and below each other. It is just a big line that basically goes all the way to the right here, where we input the build stats, the base numbers, and as well for most of the talents, or actually all of the talents, I'm just calculating them out here. So for instance, here for an implementation of Frenzy, we have basically the talent calculation happening in the back here. So you can just check for yourself as well and kind of see how I'm doing things. And maybe even if you're like, hey, maybe this is wrong, feel free to reach out. Mistakes always can exist. Although I've looked through this list pretty thoroughly, and that's also why it's kind of usually I leave a few days in between going through the list, and when I made it, just to catch a few mistakes, and there definitely were a few here. Let's next talk kind of about the talents that we're going to go through. We have Frenzy, we have Sadist. Sadist, of course, in the last ones was kind of our top pick. Frenzy here will, of course, outdo it, but Frenzy, as we kind of were talking about Killer generally, we have to, with all of these talents, kind of think about how their uptime will affect it. So Frenzy, of course, you have to unload an entire mag, and then you have this up after a reload. Situationally, that's definitely doable. You can empty out an LMG before the mission start and stuff and save it kind of, and then you have basically an ult ready to go. That's how we generally use Frenzy as well. And especially with some weapon choices, for instance, they used to have horrendous reloads. They don't so much anymore. And you could actually kind of main them. We're going to look into that a little bit later, but yeah, as we're talking, Frenzy will kind of top off this chart just by the nature of how much it can add, and of course, it comes at a pretty big price. Sadist is, of course, situationally might have a really high uptime. So if you have OD, or if you have an OD player in your team, and especially here with LMGs, we can kind of say that, yeah, the LMGs definitely can have kind of decent uptime, even if you're not the OD player, but if you're just running alongside of an OD, because you can have things like 100 rounds giving you 50 rounds, or 150 rounds giving you 75 rounds of special ammo. And of course, yeah, they will bleed. Everybody is kind of bleeding stuff, so it will kind of have decent uptime. But that is, of course, if that is the case. If you're just running this by itself, just on strikers, and you're kind of trying to just get the bleed to trigger from the talent, or maybe you're throwing a bleed hive or something, that's not really a good way. And you will not have the uptimes that this is, because this is basically perfect uptime. Of course, we're talking theoreticals, and you should always keep that in mind. Next up, we will kind of start seeing some of the killers starting to show up together as well. Actually, with we do have also Precision Strike with the Cricket coming in. We'll discuss Precision Strike by itself when we kind of reach the Cricket. And then we kind of get the same order as we did previously, which is that, yeah, Killer, and then the Measured start to come. Here, of course, with LMGs, they have a really high firing time, so Strained generally beats Optimist, especially for the bigger mag ones. After Strained, we start to see some of the Optimist ones. Above, actually, Strained and Optimist, we will see some of the Flatline ones. There aren't that many Flatlines included in here. Of course, there are a few LMGs that have long rails. And of course, yeah, the named Perfect Flatline, although we'll discuss that as well. And as we can kind of see, here we see our first exotic. I was expecting actually the LMG exotics to be a lot higher. they don't seem to be, but they are a lot more consistent than a lot of their counterparts in the SMG and AR category, where they're very dependent on their talents to get them really high up in the list. Iron Lung, of course, talent-wise, doesn't really add much damage. It is just a little bit of a fire tick. It is negligible. So yeah, there is definitely things to discuss there. We also see, for instance, Unhinged. We do have also Unhinged in here. Unhinged is basically not worth it at all. I'll already spoil that. We also have Rangers starting to show up. But yeah, basically it's going to be Flatlines and then kind of Strained Rangers and Optimists when it comes to LMGs mostly. What we do have here as well is fast hands and steady hand. Now, in the case of burst, neither of these actually applies to the burst, of course, so they are the last of the list when it comes to that. But they, of course, do affect sustained, which we'll look into later. And then, yeah, we'll start to see some of the other exotics and kind of go into the ending with basically fast hands and kind of steady handed for those weapons. Yeah, let's go get actually into the nitty gritty and kind of start discussing them actually in depth. and Heather Prime, as yeah. For those coming in, I was recording a segment there, and that's why I was kind of also trying to like not break a character there for a second. But yeah, thank you so much, Prime, and much appreciated for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. I lurked for a little bit actually earlier on, just before Echo was getting started. And yeah, indeed, as you correctly surmised there, that was a record mode. Yeah, very much in my spiel. As yeah, we're doing the LMG video basically, which is going through this big lists. We basically looked through. Or basically done so far an intro. We've done basically the premise of it. We've shown the build, and now we've kind of discussed what talents we're going to discuss, and now we're actually going to discuss it. So, but yeah, welcome in, Raiders. Thanks, Bobby, for exactly. And I the Sharky as well. Yeah, let's this segment is usually the long one, which is going over burst DPS. But yeah, so I'll be into that. Like, you're not answering my question. I'll get to it. Should actually put up that word, like I usually make a pin post, but anyway, Mambu. Yeah, let's get going with this. And let's start at that very, very top here. It's my surprise for people a little bit. You wouldn't expect a GR9 or a Stoner at the very top, of course. But that is, of course, due to Frenzy. Frenzy is one of the... Yeah, it can add so much more to a build than any other talent can, really. Because keep in mind that we're going to, as we did with the previous ones as well, we're going to put the 0 point, basically the 100% mark. We're going to kind of put it at, not per se the top, but at a reasonable level, just to not squish the lower parts down too much. We put that here with the RPK with Sadist, which is the very highest of the Sadists, outside of the Carnage named, of course. It is the top. It is the top there. We're putting basically all of the Frenzies above it. And then, yeah, we have things like the GR9 being 40% above. Then a Sadist is not above a untalented version, above a Sadist. That is, of course, somewhat disingenuous almost, right? You have to unload 250 rounds. And honestly, actually, yeah, you won't have the firing time to actually make use of all of that anyway. Because actually, yeah, we're not including that. I should point that out. We're not actually doing like this much of the mag would actually have Frenzy, and then it would be empty. we're not going to go into that level of complexity. We're just frenzies active for that entire mag, acting like it, but that is, of course, yeah. So that's also why we're kind of starting here and why I'm kind of making, you know, basically just excuses for my choices here. But I wanted to have Frenzy in here because, yeah, there is definitely a case, for instance, with the Sleipnir. The Sleipnir, of course, was always a very usable item. Still is. Although actually, yeah, this Sleipnir is the one I'm looking for. This one is the one with rate of fire. I've left out actually in comparison to the LMG burst and sustain tables, where we do have, if we can show it here, we do have actually, let's scroll down, the MG5s, the infantry MG5 and the MG5 without, with one mod less, with rate of fire max. I've left those out. The 50 round version of them is basically unusable if you're doing that. Sustain wise, you're doing so poorly that an AR will beat them. So we've just left those out, just not to have another 2 variants in here. But then with all of the other ones, we do have pouch and rate of fire versions. But yeah, the Sleipnir actually, it has decent reload. It will actually be able to unload this 100 rounds. And the Sleipnir is definitely a secondary pick for me. I wouldn't main it per se, even though I'm kind of saying here you could. It is definitely usable and should be very much considered if you're into LMGs. It always was, but even more so now, because also the MG5 is now still, again, actually one of the better picks, one of the top picks actually. So yeah, the Sleipnir now with the better reload, especially, that is the thing that is affecting it mostly. What we have in here as well, which might surprise some people, is actually Cricket, which is the Precision Strike, the new name. The way that it says it works, Precision Strike, is that you can have up to 2 marks onto enemies, and that's actually the only Precision Strike we'll have in here, just the perfect. That if you shoot an enemy, if you kill an enemy at beyond 20 meters, each will give you a stack, and then if you shoot an enemy within, so not to kill, but just shoot, within 20 meters, it will activate for 35%. What it doesn't say is 35% per stack, which is the way that actually works. You can't just have 1 kill at longer ranges and then activate it for 35% in with the close range hit. But it's for 5 seconds. That's the major thing that kind of makes it, to me, generally unusable. You can definitely run it. You can try to actually play towards it and try to like do the thing basically, but you could also just have a M249 with or fast hands or measured or something like that, because yeah, it is going to be too situational, and also situational you might not even be able to trigger it. It is also an unkill talent. In group settings it will be less viable than it would be in solo play, where you can kind of also dictate range a little bit better. It is definitely one to consider, and as we can kind of see as well, if you're doing it right, you can get 5 seconds of very good damage out of it, but that's the thing, 5 seconds of really good damage. You have to kind of consider the uptime, and to me, the uptime of this, even if you try to perfectly get it going consistently, it is still at least a kill to get 1 stack, and then you can trigger it for 5 seconds. It's just, it's a difficult sell. And yeah, we see basically the rate of fire version, of course, being above the pouch. One thing we will see here actually is this is the one place where the pouch will be above the rate of fire, and that's of course because of how Frenzy works, which is that it's based on how many shots you have in your magazine. Per 10 shots, you get a bonus amount. So this is the place where having 10 rounds more will actually beat the rate of fire consistently. Let's actually get out of the frenzies, and then we can kind of see the order of things, because actually, as with the ARs and stuff, once we kind of get into the sadists, where we have a flat 30% amp to them, we can kind of see the order of the weapons as they are burst-wise here. So first of all, we have the Carnage, and the Carnage is actually a really good pick now. 35% for its talent. The Negev is a decent weapon. if you're going for sadist, it is definitely one of the top picks. This has also have become my mainstay pick for OD, as long as it's, for instance, for a full red OD where I don't want to use a shield or something. Because, yeah, of course, you can't use LMGs with shields. So, but the Carnage is definitely one to consider and to keep in the back of your mind. Here we have the rate of fire one, and then, of course, the pouch one is going to be lower. That's going to be consistent here as well. Of note as well is that we're running Striker, so actually we're not getting the full 5% out of the rate of fire here of Carnage, or for the Carnage basically, because of course it's additive to the effect of 15% from Striker. So we're basically having an additive 5% instead of a separate multiplier of 5% on top. So we're not getting the full effect out of it, but for instance, if you're doing it on high end or on Negotiator or something, keep that in mind that, yeah, you actually get a little bit more out of the rate of fire mag. And it should definitely be considered even for some of the 100-round weapons, I feel. And definitely for the 200-round weapons. I don't feel there is really a need to run around with more than 200 rounds in a GR9. Then we see actually the burst-wise that we see is here the RPKs and the L86, the two old top bursters here. They are actually still pretty high up in there. Their issue isn't their burst. Their issue is their reloads. The RPK has been very much grounded. It used to soar really high, but it has definitely been grounded by this very long reload that it received. Same for the increase to the L86 as well. This is, of course, again, on Striker, actually. We could, of course, mitigate this a little bit, but for instance, now fast stands as well is less per stack. It kind of hurts it. And yeah, even the new Reliable, one of the weapons that I often quite enjoyed as well, is it doesn't have enough weapon handling to make up for it. You definitely, if I'm going RPK, I'm leaning much more towards going fast stance with it. Importantly, though, we don't need, for instance, for these, Gunner is less important for these than it would be for a lot of other weapons because they are not using the pouch from Gunner. So you can just slap in a big mag, and that is actually an important choice to make because, for instance, the MG5, which will kind of show up in a second a little bit with the pouch version here, the RPK and L86, of course, yeah, you can just have it be with the big mag, and yeah, for instance, for other specializations. We do have the M249. We do need to make note that we're looking at specifically here the rate of fire versions or the pouches again, because of course the rate of fire versions will be higher. So this is the thing as well. So the M249 with the rate of fire mag, the Negev with the rate of fire mag, and the MG5 then with the pouch, all are of course 100 round mags. So these three actually are quite equivalent to each other. The Negev's handling is the worst of this here. The M249 actually handles, I would say, the best out of these three. Those three are my go-tos now for general use. Especially the MG5 has pretty good handling. All three of these in this variance, if you're using it, if the Negev and the M249 with the rate of fire, yeah, you're landing on this 100 round. The M249, of course, has a horrendously reload, and that's the thing with the MG5, especially what really saves it is it actually has a decent reload, a 2.61. This is closer to ARs than it is to LMGs, basically. That is an important difference, and this makes the MG5 my general pick. The M249 and the Negev definitely, though, do compete. But then what we can have, of course, with the M249 is that we have it here with a pouch, and the Negev as well here with a pouch, and then they have 150 rounds. Now, 150 rounds, especially if you're using it as a secondary, one of the things I feel is has been lost to time. One of the things we used to do, especially in Glass Reds, is as a secondary, we would run an LMG. You would just go if you're in a mission, you would just go into the room, unload that LMG till it's empty, so with 150 rounds, for instance here, then swap to your main AR generally, and then just go from there. And then basically reload it in the next corridor, in the next non-fight area, or you pick up ammo from a box, and that will auto-reload all of your weapons. So if there's an ammo box, which in a mission is quite consistent, yeah, you don't even reload it. You basically just unload it, and then you swap off of it. These two can still very much be the pick for that, of course, as well. The M60 could kind of be, but we can kind of see that the M60 kind of needs to be on a rate of fire mag. Here, the E4 and E6, so not the classic. The classic, of course, with a rate of fire, it has a little bit better compensation than the E4, E6. Same here as well, actually, for the infantry MG5 and the MG5. The MG5 actually has more compensation on base weapon damage, because here actually on the infantry MG5 we're just putting a 10 crit damage mod on it. Of course, it doesn't actually reach up to the same level as the MG5 with one mod less. So both the classic M60, if I can find it again, classic M60 with rate of fire here, M60 E6 E4 with rate of fire there. So both of those, they have more than enough compensation to pick those. So I would generally pick the MG5 over the infantry MG5 now. It's not the biggest difference, but if you're going to grade 1 to 27, I would hold on for the MG5, basically. Same here, for instance, yeah, with the M60 E4s, E6s, the classic M60 actually outdoes them. This M60 then as well has actually, of course, it's the last remaining LMG kind of with a pretty low rate of fire with a big mag, out of, that used to have the neighbor of a M249. And of course, yeah, the Stoner and the GR9 kind of exist still as well, but they're a little bit higher. This classic M60 could still perform that role, where you kind of just unload it once per room and then just toss it away. But yeah, here we have basically a rate of fire, the M60 difference-wise to the M249, basically. With a rate of fire mag, the classic M60 is kind of keeping up with a pouch version of an M249. So the M249 definitely burst-wise will do better. And then the M60 as well actually has a really long reload anyway. Both of them do handle pretty well, because yeah, that's the thing with especially the Negev. I would say the Negev is the worst handling one out of the batch here on the top. And yeah, then we kind of see that for instance here, how bad Frenzy kind of actually acts when you have a really small mag. So for instance, here is the L86 with Frenzy. Now, of course, that's what happens when the mag size is so tiny, and the reload is also, in the sustain we'll see that the reload also being there. But yeah, we kind of see ending here the sadist and then the killers kind of starting, and then we kind of in the list of the killers we will see basically the repeating list of just the RPK, the M249, the M60, E6, E4 with actually this is the sadist pouch version of the M60 in the middle of all these killers. So that's how much that one on burst is behind, but of course it has a much longer firing time because of its rate of fire and will do better on sustain. But when we reach the sustain, there is one big elephant in the room where we kind of discuss, and why a lot of sustain talk will actually go to one certain weapon. If we kind of go from here, just making sure I'm not missing anything. Well, for instance, yeah, Big Show being a named variant of a MG5, not the infantry version, with Perfect Thunderstrike. If you had uptime on this, would do decently well. Of course, the same kind of as around the Carnage. Do we have any other names we want to kind of discuss? Yeah, here we see the Cricket with one stack of Precision Strike. So if you were only to get one kill and then activate it for that 5 seconds, this would be your output. Once we kind of get through the Sadist, we kind of see the repeating list with Killer. There is a little bit of a reordering here, because especially the weapons, of course, that have one mod less will actually benefit more from Killer, because they have less crit damage to begin with and more base damage. So that's why, for instance, yeah, the L86 that was kind of pretty close to the RPK is actually here, kind of falling a little bit behind, because some of the other things are coming in between it. But yeah, we kind of see that repeating list then, and we're gonna then see Killer basically measured, and then go into some of the lesser talents. Killer, of course, very usable for LMGs. You activate it basically on kill, especially if you're kind of going solo with it. This would actually be my pick for if you're kind of solo and you are using that LMG in that way. Or on an MG5, you could just run this. The reload is doable, basically, and you just have to kind of just grit your teeth as you're reloading. Because still, of course, one of the things that quite often on LMGs would be the pick is fast hands and steady-handed. But we'll kind of see as well that there might be a new one for that choice in the sustain parts. We see as well, for instance, how much lower a GR9 is, and that's why I kind of didn't kind of discuss it up there. This is a GR9 with a rate of fire mag and sadist. And it's kind of in the middle of, Negev with killer and such, and some of the other weapons. The sadists, basically, for large parts, kind of ended up there with the E60 or the M60, E4, E6. And then it's kind of a big jump going from that. Well, we also, even the classic M60 and the M60 E4 with a pouch would say this. And then it is a little bit of a jump to the rate of fire GR9 with sadist. The GR9, what definitely could be used for is steady-handed. That was its go-to. And steady-handed definitely has some benefits over, actually to kind of let the cat out of the bag. The Bullet King, which is kind of now the king of the sustain category here very much, due to its buffs especially. But here in the burst land, we kind of see some killers, and here the GR9 would say this with the pouch. So definitely put a rate of fire mag in there. 200 rounds to 250 is the point where, definitely I would pick that rate of fire mag. Then we see already some flatlines coming into here. Now, flatline, of course, requires the long underbarrel rail. It is definitely a pick if you're already a technician, for instance. It does measure up to measured. Pardon the pun. Measured is kind of a little bit underneath it here with setup that we're using here. And of course, the first part of measured is kind of the better one. If you're having 100 round mag, more so than with ARs, you have that 50 rounds where it really is effective. But a lot of those 100 round mags weapons here as well, outside of the MG5, kind of have a really long reload. Measured would definitely be my general pick, especially for the MG5, as a damage talent. You could, of course, go fast hands is what I would generally maybe pick for it. But you can definitely go measured, for instance, with it, and either use it as a secondary, just unload it. We're averaging out measured first and second part here, of course. Not every weapon will have the flatline option there, as I'm kind of looking for the dare, but of course I'm kind of looking in the wrong direction because it's way below, of course, being a GR9. Of note as well with the dare is that the muzzle still has not been fixed. If you're now going like, wait, there's something wrong with the muzzle, that's how little it gets used. The muzzle of it, it used to, of course, it went into the game originally as a stoner, basically a stoner modeled weapon. The muzzle slot can only still pick that 20% stability mod, which also is still 20%, so less even so than some of the other stability mods. That is affixed upon the stoners. There is no other choice for the muzzle slot. So you basically lose not just one crit chance mod for the link laser pointer, you lose, well, actually you can't because it doesn't have a link laser on the pointer. That's the other issue as well with it. You can't actually have the link laser pointer. But you basically also lose a 5 crit chance versus a normal GR9 with flatline, which actually I don't remember looking at, but where is that on this list? Can I quickly find it? Of course I can't. Let's do a GR9. Because I had this question in my head. Oh no, we didn't put flatline on it because it has no long range. So we don't have a normal GR9 with a normal flatline to kind of see how that would match up. But also actually this would still win because it has a 5% additive to a 15 instead of basically the crit chance value of a 5, which would be definitely less than that. Post the flatlines, we start to see some of the measured coming in, and of course some of the strained. Strained really cares about firing time more so than anything else. A lot of people go like, it's RPM that matters and such. RPM is an important part of firing time, but no, because once you get into the LMG category, it doesn't matter if that LMG is kind of doing 1200 or 1020, actually, 1020. Strain will still be a decent pick for it because it has a very long firing time, especially with a 150 round mag. Strain will definitely still be a decent enough pick, but I wouldn't pick it anymore over measured. This actually holds true over all categories. Measured would just be my general pick one. You do need to learn to, of course, mitigate for that moment where the recoil compensation kind of switches, but that's just something you'll have to get used to, basically. I feel measured with its new versions is definitely the go-to. What we see as well, or was it underneath here? Yeah, it is actually underneath here. We have the Black Friday being a representative of perfect unhinged. Actually, I don't think, did we put full unhinged in here? Actually, I don't actually remember if we did. I think I pulled it in the end. But yeah, the Black Friday being an M249, one of the better weapons. Here with the rate of fire mag, that unhinged, of course, is just weapon damage. Here, we're kind of putting it in its worst situation with grade 27. And it comes with major downsides, of course. Unhinged really could use a buff. It is really good, of course, in Descent. Where we offset it with other things, suddenly it becomes good. But just by itself, it just isn't. Because pick basically, yeah, anything above this with Strained or... even Optimist? No, Optimist is still below it, of course. And also you would need to continuously get to the end of the mag, which with LMG is less so. We also have some of the Rangers in here. The Ranger are kind of starting to show up in the middle of kind of the Killers still being there, and some of the... It's basically Strained is a little bit higher. Now, of course, here is one of the weapons. An RPK is one that doesn't have the longest firing time, so its Strained is kind of in close with this Ranger. Some of the other weapons that are Strained will be a decent amount above, especially the 100 round mags and above the Ranger. The Stinger, this is the reward item for the friend referral system. Basically has a 20 weapon damage, and of course, yeah, Black Friday would be 22 weapon damage. Mechanically, the issue with the Stinger is especially that it doesn't auto-refresh, so every time it needs a cover-to-cover to activate this for 20 seconds off the top of my head. But if you do another cover-to-cover in those 20 seconds, it doesn't actually refresh. That is the biggest issue with the Stinger. It is M249, but yeah, it's kind of not usable. And both of these as well, again, are with the rate of fire mag, so their pouch counterparts are kind of way down below here. Yeah, we're actually finally reaching, and surprisingly to me, actually, kind of, the first exotic. But it shouldn't have been, actually, that surprising, because a lot of these talents, while we kind of are really good, basically, for instance, the Pestilence, it's not their pure damage. It's more they have utility with their talents alongside of it. Actually, reaching that though, that does mean is this no Pestilence plus 1 stack? As I'm struggling to find our dear friend Iron Lung. Oh, it's in the sustain end. Oh, there it was. Actually, I did miss it. I was gonna say the Iron Lung is gonna be above the Pesty. Let's, but I couldn't find it there for a second. Put me all the way back down again. As I lost it again. Yeah, there. So yeah, first off, the Iron Lung. The Iron Lung, of course, did get a decent buff. It has now, instead of 2 10 crit damage mods, it has a 10 crit chance mod and a 20 crit damage mod. So it has gained a little bit from its mods. It's gotten the base stats, of course, from the MG5s and stuff. which have overall kind of gone down a little bit, but in comparison to the other LMGs, is doing decently fine. And its output is actually decent. So we kind of see it being around some of, for instance, here in Infantry 5 MG5 with Optimist, which of course isn't the best talent. But of course, there is utility to be had here. This thing sets things on fire. There is value to that. We do actually have the ticks. So the fire tick, though, is 33k. That ticks twice per second. So we get 66k basically out of that per second, which we could add onto our DPS, which was how much? 0.54%. So basically the talent is, as a DPS, somewhat meaningless, less than, well, a little bit more than 0.5%. But of course, yeah, it is fire. It does incapacitate a lot of enemies. I like really running that along as a secondary on especially OD builds to get OD builds going. And also, for instance, in Countdown against Hunters, Iron Lung works out really well because generally, once the fire starts, that's the moment when the Hunters start about to turn around and run away. And then you set them on fire, staggering them for a second, and your team kills it. It works out actually pretty well there. Let's go back to the one we were about to talk about before we went on the search for the Iron Lung, the Pestilence. And here the Pestilence actually, of course, is not on a build per se made for it. We're just using it on Striker, which, as well, to just put that in here. A lot of people go like, the talent of Striker says it's total weapon damage. Total weapon damage applies to Pestilence, so it should work. The fault in that logic is that the text is incorrect on Strikers, where it does say it is total weapon damage. On the tin, it isn't. It's a separate multiplier and does not apply total weapon damage to anything, and we can see that by just calculating it out. But also, even if you were to do a pesty tick and let your Striker stacks tick down, you will notice that it doesn't actually reduce the number from the pesty tick. So that way you can see that there is no interaction there. As a lot of people always keep repeating it. So just to get that out there, just in case you were not aware. Here we're doing it actually with as well. We're calculating basically one full stack, 100 stack upon an enemy, and adding that back into the DPS. So of course the talent of the Pestilence, it applies basically a debuff to the enemy that will tick for a certain amount. That can stack up to 100 times, but you could of course have multiple stacks going, technically, theoretically. But that stack of course is just basically 5 times your non-crit damage. Basically, whatever your non-crit hits for, it's that times 5 at max stacks. So here, and it always ticks for 1 time per second. So it's not like fire or such, which ticks, or all the status effects, which ticks twice per second. So if you're doing it as a DPS, you need to double it, basically. Here, it ticks 1 times per second. So we just add it into our DPS, basically. It does pump up our DPS a little bit. And actually, for this one, we've done the same thing. So a full 100 stacks is basically upping our DPS. So on this as well, it's gonna tick for 834k, and that's gonna add basically DPS wise. Once we have a full 100 stacks going, now of course here again we have to kind of apply your own judgment, because 100 stacks means you fired 100 times, right? You haven't done this DPS for 100 rounds. After 100 rounds, you can maybe do this, but also you might just lose your stack in between, right? You might put 50 on somebody, they might run away with it, and it might time out, or it might kill them and not spread to anything else. To say there is a lot of self, you have to make your own judgments kind of here, but we can kind of use this as at least a point of information. That would be a 6.9% of nice increase. This is actually surprisingly lower than I thought it would be. Now, of course, using it on a Lengmo build, we can make the tick a lot higher, but actually the combined burst DPS is actually a lot lower. But the Pesty actually, of course, doesn't really just work in burst DPS. One of the things that Lengmo build really does is you can get a tick high enough that it will generally kill once it has high enough stacks. And because it's killing, it's just spreading around. And every time that it kills and jumps to a new enemy, it will actually refresh to its full duration. And that is actually really the strength of the Pestilence. It isn't it's per se, it's burst DPS or such. It's that it's doing a damage that is pretty continuous, consistent, and can really be made to work, especially if you can get the tick decently high without actually giving up too much on your burst DPS, which we'll kind of go into, as that's likely going to be the next build showcase as well. Yeah, we kind of then go into, for instance, here having a new reliable as one of the RPKs. So here we see it basically, of course, fast hands, steady-handed, and here as well, new reliable. All three of these are basically sustain DPS talents. They don't really do anything for burst DPS. Well, not really. They just don't. Burst DPS is just RPM times the base times the average damage, basically here that we can calculate. That becomes the burst DPS. Mag size, reloads, all of those kind of things don't factor into that. That's also why sustain DPS exists, so that we can factor those things in because they matter. But here we are. We can kind of see a list, basically a talentless list, and we kind of see that order that we kind of saw upstairs. RBK, M249, L86, Negev. Here, actually, in between some of these with fast stance, so basically without a damage talent, we have the Stoner with a rate of fire and measured, and a GR9 with rate of fire, mag, and Ranger. To me, these things are so low on their burst and sustain DPS. Well, not per se their sustain DPS, especially on their burst DPS, where we don't have the fights for them. If I can, with an MG5 with fast hands, have the same burst. Oh well, we wouldn't per se continuously because, well, actually no, these would need to reload because these aren't the steady-handed versions. The steady-handed versions are way down. But yeah, I just generally wouldn't make that choice. I would much rather pick up MG5 with fast hands, and you would outdo basically GR9 on both burst and sustain pretty consistently. Because as well, this is with the damage challenge and the rate of fire mag. The fast hands versions of theirs are way down. Here we also have the Pestilence, but now with just 1 times a 50 stack, so half of a stack. And then we also have the Pestilence, of course, without any added stacks. And of course, again, with the exotics, we have altered the build to kind of fit it. What we have here as well, burst-wise, is the Bullet King and the Blue Screen kind of being kind of in the middle of some of the. We've already had like the Negevs with fast hands and stuff go us by here, and now we're kind of getting these. The Blue Screen actually is an interesting one. The Blue Screen actually, its biggest buff was that it got a rate of fire mod went from 10% to 20%. You can kind of see that being its talent. It's basically the Stoner with a 20% rate of fire mod, and then it does that disorient and disrupting. That disorient and disrupting can have some value a little bit. I kind of like it together with especially Negotiator, but just by itself, because of that 20% rate of fire mod that it has, well, that doesn't have any crit chance or crit damage to make up for it as well. That's also why we kind of see it be around here. Next to the Bullet King, and actually with the Bullet King, so the Bullet King being a weapon where we can't change the mods of being an exotic. We could make the choice, actually, and this is the one of the few places, because we've already put all crit damages in there, of course. We could align the build with a group of chests, or we could just put rate of fire in here. So we kind of have both options here. The rate of fire actually wins with the Cheska. So putting rate of fire and then Cheska landing on 51, which is, of course, a much better point for it. And that's just to make the Bullet King kind of fit better, because it has 15 crit chance, which you can't alter. So for the other weapons, we're altering the crit chance, of course, with a crit chance mod to crit damage. We can't do that for the Bullet King. So we're kind of taking the rate of fire version here. But that one does decently well. It is, of course, very low on the burst, but as we'll see in a second, as we're kind of reaching the end of the burst here as well, we'll see that it does a lot better, of course, on sustain, as kind of expected. And here we see still some Stoners with damage challenge in the middle of fast hands and steady-handeds. Here, of course, as well, we have the good times, which again is a sustained DPS talent, so we're not kind of, we're seeing the M60s all together here. And the list, of course, ends basically with some stoners and the GR9. The GR9 generally being a little bit higher than the stoner. So yeah, that was the long discussion about the sustain list. Let's actually go look at the burst list. Let's go actually now look at a little bit for a second at sustain as well, and then we'll go to the stash and go through every weapon and kind of have a discussion about it. How long was that? 2 hours? 3 hours? 37 minutes. Okay, that's about the same length as some of the other ones for the bursts. So it's fine. What's the video now? 54 minutes. Because yeah, we're likely gonna do a 10 minutes on the sustain and then the stash for like 15. Let me catch up here as well for a second. Hey Randy. You'll be out. Listen. Hey, no, I'll be out Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So tomorrow, from tomorrow basically to Monday. So I'll be back on Monday basically after today. That's also why we're recording this now, just to have this go up over the weekend. And here metal. and hey, indeed. Let's go with let's just round this out. What time is it? Okay. Oh, it's not that late actually. Started, of course, pretty early today, so it for myself it kind of feels later than it is. Yeah. And let's continue with the sustain. Although, of course, this part, as usual, will be quite a bit shorter. What we see here again is actually a bunch of those frenzies showing up as the top slot, even above the fast hands and steady handed, of course. Just because of how much damage they add, they will kind of push up into here. We also see the cricket here, of course. The GR9 is pretty good on sustain. But again, this is that precision strike. It is very situational and it is very short in its duration. We can't really look at these as being in this state consistently enough. Because of course, keep in mind, when they're not in this state, they're just a GR9. And as we saw in the burst end of things, they were pretty far down. And then also, yeah, you're not like running steady-handed with them or such. But yeah, the GR9s and actually Sonars, of course, do decently well on sustain. They have a really long firing time with a really big mag because of that really big mag and a really low fire rate as well, in comparison to most of the things. That does make them decent sustainers, but in the sustain category, there is one big elephant in the room, which is the point where the Bullet King kind of comes in. The Bullet King, of course, now is basically a Negav. It has the same base stats as a Negav. It has also the ability to put 15 crit chance on it, or it has 15 crit chance, basically the same as the Negavs now. And then you can put a crit chance third stat on it, or rate of fire, as we're kind of doing here for the rate of fire, just to not put it at this 54.5 crit chance. Actually, earlier I said we're going to use a group adjust. I decided against that in the end, because also, yeah, that would land us, basically, we would land either, 48 or 52 and a half, and kind of in the same. I didn't want to change the chest, basically, in the end. But what we can do is actually, is take rate of fire, have 15 crit chance from the mods, have the rate of fire fill in a little bit, just to not, per se, alter the build too much. And this is the only place we really need to do that, because on the high ends we can now, of course, put crit damage mods alongside of our crit chance mods. And this, of course, is our then kind of right over our sadists, basically, where we're kind of starting with the classic M60 with the sadist. This is our first real sadist outside of the Carnage. It's kind of where the Bullet King is out-sustaining that. Of course, we do have some of the steady-handeds. An infantry MG5 or an MG5 with steady-handed with just 100 rounds would, of course, need to hit basically those 100 rounds, or you still need to reload. Of note is that let's actually find it here for a second. Is that, for instance, the GR9s, and actually I was expecting them to. So we have the GR9s here with Frenzy, but the GR9s with steady-handed, with a rate of fire mag, so 200 rounds to make steady-handed work, which does work well. That's one of the things that the GR9 kind of could do decently well. The Bullet King is above it. Now, there is, of course, two things that steady-handed does a little bit better than just the Bullet King. One is that it does apply accuracy and stability, but that's not that important for an LMG because you do actually gain, as you're firing, you gain accuracy and stability. But of course, if you stop firing and start firing, the steady-handed kind of matters. There is a downside to that as well, is that there is a moment where it falls away if you ever, especially took unhinged up to 10 or something. You kind of know the extremes of that, how bad that can be. That isn't, of course, as bad as it is here with steady-handed. But there's definitely a moment where steady-handed kind of triggers, fills the mag, but then also you lose the accuracy and stability bonus. And if you're not kind of ready for it, it kind of just shoots up a little. That is the downside to me, definitely. But of course, yeah, we do get accuracy and stability. And of course, it also reloads from the void, where the Bullet King doesn't, per se. It does, of course, have the every 100 rounds you hit, you get 100 rounds back. But that isn't as good as hitting 100 rounds and getting a 200 round refill, basically. And that being both of them coming from the void. The steady-handed you can definitely more consistently kind of use, for instance, with a low ammo directive. But with all those caveats, of course, this sustains basically so much worse. The rate of fire steady-handed here, well, not so much worse. It is like 4%, a decent amount. And then, yeah, the burst, even here, the rate of fire version, of course, doesn't, is at 75% basically here of whatever this is. And this is at basically 78.5%. So it bursts higher and it sustains higher. The Bullet King will kind of become my go-to quite often to grab if I need that kind of like steady-handed feel. I feel from now on. I just wouldn't pick this. Just the burst is also consistently a little bit better for it. That then leads to that we have, of course, some that are fast hands and such. So steady-handed, of course, we're kind of dealing it here as if we're always going to hit it, which is not real, of course, especially with some of the rate of fire versions ones, because here, for instance, the classic M60 with rate of fire would be just 100 round mag. You have 100 rounds to hit 100 times. Are you feeling lucky, punk? Yeah, that's not always going to happen. But of course, if you do reload, you do retain whatever steady-handed you had. You don't lose that, for instance. So you will eventually hit steady-handed, except if you were to weapon swap, of course. Tabula rasa is as well, of course, up here with the L86 being decent. But here, of course, this is a completely unrealistic scenario where we're kind of treating as if steady-handed is going to trigger always with a 50-round mag. Now, of course, the perfect, actually, I don't remember off the top of my head. It's a reduced amount at 80 off the top of my head. But that's still more rounds than it has. That's all we really need to know. It is definitely, you need to hit more than the rounds it has in one mag. Could you do trickery and stuff here, Brazos, and maybe like run it on True Patriot or something? But yeah, at that point, you're kind of going into the weeds and not a choice. We can also kind of see Sleipnir here, actually, as we're kind of talking about it. Now, of course, this is with Frenzy active, so the first mag wouldn't be this. But actually, it sustains decently well because it actually has a decent reload now on the MG5. So now, of course, yeah, again, this is with Frenzy being continuously active, which for the first mag wouldn't be, but actually after the first mag, if you were to kind of treat it as that being a talentless burst, basically, and then here as well, the sustain being high enough, with the burst being, of course, one of the best. Yeah, there is a case to be made for the Sleipnir, even on sustain. What we see then is kind of the burst and sustain table list, the main one, kind of repeated here, the sustain part of it. We have kind of the GR9s and the stoners actually being pretty high, again, due to their firing time. Once we kind of reach into the sadist, so some of the first sadist in sustain will actually be the stoner and the GR9, both because of their, especially the stoner, of course, has a really low firing rate in comparison to even the GR9. And yeah, but if you're especially leaning towards sustain side of things, because one we could pick in the past was things like fast hands. I generally think now, because this is the good times, the M60 here, I would generally just, if for all of those things that I would use a fast hands LMG for, outside of the MG5, because MG5's burst is good enough to kind of work with that, basically, both on burst and sustain, because of course the fast hands doesn't add in enough, for instance, for an M249 to really get a really fast reload out of it. Not anymore. Because here, even against the good times, against the M60s, somewhat better than the M249's reload. Even the improved fast hands, the perfect fast hands, although now just 5 per stack instead of 8 per stack, still doesn't take this down to like the 1 second reload that we would continuously see with a lot of fast hands weapons. Yeah, fast hands on a lot of LMGs, that role I would definitely now just grab the Bullet King. It basically fulfills that role better than most of those other weapons would with fast hands. And we see as well actually here, so the rate of fire one is actually lower on sustain. Of course, it's higher on burst than the good times with the pouch. And that's of course that yeah, we do have the ability to get actually up to the full 40 stacks basically with it when we go or to the full amount that we can get basically out of it, which is the 200. The 200. And yeah, that does matter a little bit for here. Sustain wise though, there is not much more in surprises. The burst and sustain tables as full, basically we kind of have our answers there, especially on the sustain end. And especially, yeah, the Bullet King being very high up in here really makes a difference. One that I wanted to kind of see here as well, Blue Screen is doing decently well here again as well, just it does have that 200 round magazine, of course. It's actually doing, of course, worse than just a stoner, because actually its RPM has gone up because of that 20%. But this, yeah, while decently low on the burst side, it is decently high on the sustain side. So you could definitely make a choice to pick this if you're also making use of its disorient and its disrupt. There is value there, especially, you know, when big wave spawns or legendaries, triggering enemies to be disrupted for a second and disoriented for a little bit. That will, for instance, as well, disruption does prevent things like grenade launcher guys in legendaries, that the M249, the M40 guys they can't lob grenades while they're disrupted. The drone ladies can't deploy drones while they're disrupted. There is value there, and of course, yeah, the disorient will stagger enemies and such. One that I wanted to look at, yeah, so for instance, yeah, new reliable is of course like very low here, especially. I feel this one should have also gotten more of a buff, especially now with its. This is kind of why the new reliable is kind of gone to me. And what we also see is that with talents, at least, some of those high picks that we had, like the L86, on the burst end really fall apart because of their reloads. The L86 even more so, I feel, than the RPK. But yeah, the RPK and the L86 kind of being this far down, while some of the other ones, which were kind of in the same ballpark burst-wise, but aren't as horrendous sustain-wise, especially the MG5 comes to mind. That's kind of, that will dictate our choices here. What we see as well, actually, is that on sustain, the bestie is really bad, and that's that reload. That's all that reload. That reload kind of kills it on the sustain end. But this reload is still doable, and we just deal with it just to deal with the bestie. Let's go over to my stash, where we have basically one of every LMG at the ready, and we'll kind of go through it and one by one kind of give my final thoughts on all of these. Let's have a look how long that was. Still went a little bit long, I feel. 30 minutes, that's fine though. Let me... So I saw some chattiness happening there. I'll catch up to it in a sec. Let me quickly... So 108, okay, that's fine.
Hostile control point identified.
Limited is more... more damage than glass. By itself, yes. But glass can just be the chest talent. Doesn't really care what it's paired with. It works. It just works. Intimidate, of course, requires something to trigger it. But Intimidate, the normal version, is basically it's 1.5 to the power of 9, basically. So which is a 42 something. Was it 42 something? I don't know. Quickly. 1.5 to the power of 9. 1.05. Oh no, it's a 1.04, isn't it? Yeah. It's... Oh, that was a different browser. Yeah. So that damage. It's 42.33%. So. But of course, generally what is required is that you use your backpack talent to trigger. You either put on a memento or adrenaline rush or bloodsucker. You need something to make Intimidate work. So that's why you usually have to look at it as a combined chest and backpack talent. Because if you pair glass with vigilance, now it's no longer, because then, you know, it's a 1.25 times a 1.25, and that's a 1.56. Let me see the top of the list with the bird. If you want, these are you can just go to the thing yourself, basically, and just, you don't need me at all for that. Let me copy this. Put those. And yeah, it's actually in the DPS stable folder. So it's in the... Actually, maybe I should link to that as well. That's for the other ones. I'll copy that out. But the first link is just the file that I'm in, and the main folder that has it. Yeah, they're generally most of my stuff, especially if I'm showing it for videos or something, it's going to be freely available through a link, because it's just shared items. Any borrowed things now? Let me make sure that I have one of every LMG in here. Let's go into the void. Missing anything? Let's just do it off the top of my head like this. So RPK, the military RPK. Yeah. 2 L86s. Yeah. Also, yeah, this had long rail, this didn't, right? Okay, no, let's just do the final part here, then the video is done, basically. So 1.04. I first said 1.05. Oh, well, I meant to say 1.05, but that was the old number, but that's no longer the case. So it's basically 1.04 to the power of 9. It's basically, it's the thing with it is that it multiplies against itself. It's basically 9 different instances of the talent. It doesn't actually add to itself the way that, like obliterate is not, 1 and then 1 to the power of 2, 1 to the power of 3, like that. That and Hunter's Fury are both self-multiplicative, which are the true multiplicatives. Yeah, let's take it here. Yeah, let's just go through this big list. Let's unequip this for a second, just so we don't have that red thing at the top the whole time. But basically, as a full talent, or if you want to see it as an amp at full stacks, it's it's a 42.33 amp or a 1.4233 multiplier. So it's a lot more than just the 9 times 4, basically. And that's pretty good. The big downside that you have to remember with Intimidate is that, yeah, it is 10 meters. I feel a lot of people like think a lot of uses up for it. Like, yeah, in Descent, it's 25 meters and it's a lot more usable. But that's also the balancing factor for it. It's only 10 meters. You need to be in 10 meters. Otherwise, you would be. That's also, for instance, yeah, my LSMGs and stuff, I much rather prefer Obliterate. It's much more so on shotguns and stuff. I go Intimidate, or like PFE, where we're going to be close range, and then also generally on PFEs as well. I'm going to use Scorpio quite often. That doesn't work well with Obliterate, so we're kind of making those choices. And then Intimidate is then, like, also, for instance, for PFEs, Adrenaline Rush is really good just because you get a ton of bonus armor. They're already going to have some blue cores, and then also that bonus armor actually stays a while because it's a PFE. Yeah, let's go do this. And yeah, let's go weapon by weapon as we have done so for the ARs and SMGs. And kind of just give my thoughts on every weapon, kind of using both my in-game knowledge a little bit and, of course, the big list, as we had it there, about burst and sustain. Let's start here with the blue screen. The blue screen, as we saw, was not too high on burst, not too bad on sustain. And a lot of it comes down to especially this one singular 20% rate of fire mod. This is a lot. This is basically a talent's worth in one mod slot, basically. Now, of course, it does not have any crit chance, but it does have some weapon handling, some reload speed. That does actually help it as well. Now as well, with being 200 rounds instead of the 100 rounds that it was. You can kind of see this 20% rate of fire as its talent, if you're kind of looking at it damage-wise. And that isn't too horrible. And then you kind of get this as a bonus, right? You get basically the disorient and the disrupts as a bonus on top. This does actually work decently well, overlapping quite a bit with Negotiator and kind of how you want to play it, as marking multiple enemies and stuff. I always liked the blue screen for that, but now it's definitely a lot more competitive. It is not as low anymore as it used to be. Usable, not the top. Situationally, definitely a pick, especially secondary-wise. Here we go to the Bullet King, and yeah, so we kind of were talking a lot of, I feel, overall, foregoing any out, well, a lot of steady-handed weapons. So, for instance, GR9 and such, to me, are gonna getting displaced by this thing. There is benefits, definitely, to steady-handed, and you could make that choice if you wanted to. I'm gonna go with this choice, though. It's a little bit higher burst. That few percent does matter. Also, it's much easier just to use, even though it's handling-wise, of course. And Negev is somewhat the worst handler in the LMG category. But of course, due to the mechanics of LMGs, where they get a little bit more accurate and a little bit more stable as you keep firing them, that offsets it quite well, of course. It does, of course, not have as good of an ammo system or ammo replenishment as steady-handed could give you. It doesn't have the accuracy and stability, but that accuracy and stability also just falls away with steady-handed, which can be quite annoying by itself. Bullet King definitely now, Negev being okay, and now as well. Having 15 crit chance here, it is on par with a lot with the Negev, basically, because it has the same base damage and the same RPM. You even get the stability on top, but you don't really feel this big difference, especially on LMG, so that is a little bit... An accuracy mod actually would help it more. But yeah, this is for a lot of fast hands choices, especially as well. Good times, anytime you were going to use a good times, basically, I would use this now. And I did use good times quite often as just a main weapon. And this, of course, as well, will never have to reload, or even a GR9. Well, generally, you would have to suck out pretty bad with a GR9. But if you were trying to maybe make steady-handed work with, let's say, an M249 with maybe a rate of fire mag or something, you would still have to reload here and there. This, of course, just never has to reload. Let's go to the Iron Lung. The Iron Lung is actually just as pure base stats, kind of in the same vein as the old Oreo and still Elmo somewhat. Its talent is kind of a little bit on top, although definitely I would say its talent is much better than the Elmos and the Oreos. But it is basically just that it does have really good mods, a 10% crit chance, a 20% crit damage, a 5% more crit chance basically than you could have if this was an MG5, although actually not even, because, yeah, no, this is using the base damages of the MG5, which has only 2 mod slots, so yeah, it could only have basically 20 crit damage or 5 crit chance. 10 crit damage or some combinations of those. And then on top, you do get this fire. And this fire is actually useful. Quite often, it does trigger just in the right times. Now with the reload as well, with MG5s being so much better, this thing is definitely usable. But as we kind of saw as well, not per se the top. Especially a lot of talents that we could use in the LMG category definitely displace some of the exotics a little bit. Then we talked about the Pesty as well. The Pesty, I was expecting actually the base-wise to be a little bit higher, but actually upon reflection and kind of looking at what it's kind of actually competing with, let's keep in mind that it is competing with like Optimist weapons and such. The M249 now being a lot better, although the M249's balancing factor is very much its reload, and of course here we can't go like fast hands with it or some such. That hurts it quite a bit. On a dedicated build, I really like the Pestilence. On Strikers, actually, though, I've been leaning away from it. There is definitely, in the AR category, more potent picks. I was an advocate early on of the Pesty a little bit. Playing it a little bit more, I realized more, actually, that I like it very much on a specific build, which we'll build showcase, actually, pretty soon, which is the Lengmo version, where we don't really go all in on the tick, because that's also a really bad idea. But going basically in a balanced way, but much more towards the tick than towards the DPS. And then just by the virtue of its tick being just a little bit higher, that tick actually becomes usable, where on how low it is on a full striker is kind of, yeah, not worth it. And at that point, I would just pick something else, basically. Going into the high ends, we'll start off here with the Black Friday, as we kind of talked about. It is pretty bad, and that's just the talent. The talent is not worth it, especially not with the downsides, because it is middling, but if it was always up and at this 22 weapon damage, that's still okay, because unlike Optimus, unlike Strained, it has no like starting wind-up time, right? But it doesn't come without downsides, of course, because yeah, it comes at the cost of 25 stability and 25 accuracy, and you definitely feel that. Going into the black market M60, but this is then also together with the M60E4. Both of them are kind of outclassed by the one we'll kind of include into this as well, which is the classic M60. If you're going to go with one of the M60s, I would definitely pick this one. What you could do with this is you do have a 150 round version where, while it has lower burst, its sustain is kind of on par with the M249 still, a little bit better actually. And what it can do is be that weapon that you kind of unload once per room. Just the RPM being here higher means that the damage per mag, the other value that we didn't discuss into here, but we can definitely say that, yeah, this thing has much more damage per mag than the M249. It can be used for that. And then I would generally pick, actually, if you're going to pick one, the classic M60 over the other ones. It has more than enough compensation, kind of like the SMG9, kind of like the several others, where, yeah, the one mod less here actually works out fine, basically. You would want to go with the classic M60. Then we have the RPKs, here the black market, the classic, and also the military, and by extent as well, the new reliable. All of them have such a long reload now that I do still use them, but they basically have to be fast hands. They basically will have to be fast hands, and just as secondaries, basically. But now, of course, we also have rifles to fill that role a little bit. So, is it a good pick? There is one thing you can do with this next to, for instance, an AR, especially an AR that is kind of landing on, let's say, 50-ish with a Coyote, 51-ish. You can take this with 3 mods, of course, and this third stat, being crit chance. The AR would be then like 51. This would be 60.5, and then, of course, capped at 60. You can use that as a secondary, and if you're smart about it, you could use the AR when you're mid-range and use the LMG, which has more crit chance and basically is set up to be at the close range. Whenever you are actually in close range, you swap to LMG and use that. That can feel pretty fulfilling, and actually is a thing that I quite often do. The RPK, yeah, with fast hands is barely usable, but yeah, I wouldn't. It isn't the main pick as it used to be. And then we have the L86, which used to also be a pretty high pick. I wouldn't generally pick it because, yeah, it's basically an AR, and most of the ARs we can actually get a little bit more out of it. It doesn't have enough of a max size to generally get the fast hands needed to offset its reload time. With any other talent, you're running into this reload so often that it's kind of hurts way too much. And that's why I just don't use these too much. Of note as well, the custom L86 does have a long rail. That's why it's included in the flatline parts. The military L86 LSW does actually not have a long rail. If you're just considering it for flatline, keep that in mind, because yeah, that will kind of, you do need a specific one. As we were talking about, yeah, good times with M60. Yeah, it's kind of displaced by the Bullet King, as we were kind of talking about it in the Bullet King area. Same here for GR9 with steady-handed. Steady-handed, while having some benefits over Bullet King, I'm generally going to pick Bullet King nowadays over most of these setups for steady-handed. I was never a bit too big of a fan of this altering, where it basically falls away and you kind of have a moment where you kind of have to catch it again. Yeah, I just generally wouldn't pick this over a Bullet King. Then we have the MG5s. As we discussed, the MG5s are very much together with the normal MG5, because yeah, you have the MG5, which has 2 mod slots and a magazine slot basically, and then you have the infantry MG5s. As you can see, there's a few infantry MG5s of mine here back into the stash, and that's because they're getting replaced by the MG5, which kind of like the classic M60. The MG5 as is here does have better has enough compensation basically to make up for that crit damage that you would basically gain out of the infantry MG5. So definitely the MG5 is marginally the better pick. Then we have the Negevs. The Negevs are actually now decently good. In their earlier incarnations, the Negevs were definitely behind the infantry MG5s and MG5s and such. Now they are competitive, definitely. They are some of the worst handling of the LMGs. They jump around quite a bit. It's not so much just their bars there, it is very much as well the actual recoil pattern. They jump around so much more than other weapons. Definitely usable. Their burst, as we saw, and sustain is decent, especially, for instance, as they transfer them as well to the Bullet King. The M249s are very much the big winners in this category from the changes. They got, of course, kind of altered. They used to be low RPM, high the damage base shot weapons, kind of like the M60s. Now we actually have like the M60s kind of by themselves as a low RPM version. These are very much a lot higher RPM, even, of course, exceeding even the Negevs here on Striker with these numbers. So yeah, that's why they're, of course, higher than the normal amounts of them. And then 249s are definitely usable. Of note is that the Mark 46 is overall, the military Mark 46, which is also craftable, is technically the best of them. It has a little bit better stability, definitely noticeable if you're looking for it and A/B testing. If you were to just use it, you wouldn't per se note a difference. But then as well, what we do have is that M249B, as we have it here, has one of the best skins, as with the gold there. So I do actually enjoy having some M249s. And then we actually have just one remaining as well, and actually that list of the M249s is the M249 Para. It actually goes M249B, M249 Para, and then military Mark 46, with the military Mark 46 being the best one overall. We have one remaining then, which is the Stoner. The Stoner, as we saw, really doesn't do anything too well. It does have damage per mag, technically. It does technically have more damage per mag, especially compared to the closest thing to it, which is the GR9. Overall, though, I would just, if you're going to pick either of them, pick the GR9. But the role that these used to fill is a steady-handed weapon, quite often. And that role is basically, to me, much better on the GR9, and then much better as well on the Bullet King. So yeah, we've seen all of our weapons here, and we've talked about all of them. There is definitely now, with the rebalance to them, I kind of think that it is very much in a good place. This high-end rebalance has shuffled up things kind of how I would want them to be. Not, of course, agreeing with every choice, but the overall result was actually decent. Yeah, let's go to our conclusion, where we'll round this at. As a separate conclusion, as is. I saw the toasty. I saw the toasty. Hey there, JSD. And yeah, hope you had a good stream. For those coming in, I was recording a segment for a video. That's why I was kind of, in my own world there. Speaking of which, let's just quickly put that away. It's actually right, let me catch up here first. Quiet on said, yeah. Ooga booga booga. Average speed. What's the best third attribute for Bullet King? Damage to armor? No. Crit chance overall. Crit basically for all LMGs, it will be crit chance. The other option would be rate of fire. So there, actually, I was in my big list. I'm using a rate of fire. I should actually realize that I should have maybe been willing to drop it to a Grupo chest. Because yeah, that's actually the real answer would be we take the crit chance. Because actually, if we take a Grupo chest, how do we land with the crit chance? I don't have one on hand here. Wait, let me set up this first. Yeah, that's a tasty set as well. This chat hour. Well, screw you too, Toasty. But yeah, have you had a good stream? I hear some speed happen there. The runs, not the drug. Yeah. Let's put Zen there for a second. Kind of like the person behind me there with the water bottle. Lousy grandkids, yeah. Get off my lawn. It takes some time. Yep. Actually, that one had enough. Yeah. Let's. You know what? We'll end it like that. Yeah. Any last things I want to say? Yeah, to conclude this video, yeah, I hope you found it informative as we went kind of in depth, of course, and pretty long again. Although, as with the other ones, it says in depth look on the tin. You knew what you signed up for when you jumped in. But yeah, LMGs are doing decently well. Of course, the thing we kind of didn't discuss here, but I'm kind of sure everybody kind of knows, is suppression is always a little bit of an issue for LMGs. You can use that also sometimes to your advantage. You can also run skills of your own to kind of deal with it, for instance, with foam or such. Or, of course, you can have teammates to kind of help you, as if you have a fire eclipse in your team, there is no suppression. That is not a thing that happens because they're all on fire and they care much more about being on fire than being suppressed. But that's definitely an issue that we should kind of, at least acknowledge. Of note as well, as I kind of said at the start, and we kind of saw in my stash, a lot of LMGs that I used to have a talent that I liked, and the third stat was actually free talentable, because in the past, crit chance, of course, for some things, especially for instance, if you wanted to use LMGs with Negotiator or such, it was really hard to actually make that crit chance third stat work, so you kind of sometimes needed a rate of fire. That is no longer the case at all, because of course, outside of the exotics, we can always change our crit chance mod to crit damage mods now, where in the past that was a foolish thing to do. And because of that, crit chance third stat has of course become the most important thing. And now, of course, I'm actually going to redo my entire savings on those LMGs. They're basically all slowly getting replaced, going from being free third statable with talent I like to being crit chance third stat with free talentable, so that I can play around with the talents. especially as well, of course, as some of the talents like fast hands that I used to pick a lot for MDs are kind of less useful now. But yeah, let's bring this to an end, as yeah, we're going quite long. For my future videos, we're actually gonna take one of these LMGs, the Pestilence, into a build showcase, a dedicated build for it, the Lengmo setup for it, as well about do the with the Lengmo chest, which I do have, which in all honesty is maybe not per se that worth it. It is an increase, but not by much. But we'll also show the alternate sacrifice version. Together with that as well, actually, the build collection is almost done, being upgraded. There's only a few builds left, actually. We're less than double digits at this point. And I'm going to start a series of videos going character per character in this case, and kind of just both explaining changes that happened with to any builds coming through, but actually giving a short introduction to each build, basically what it does, why it exists, why it's on the build collection. I think that will be quite interesting, and we're going to go character per character because otherwise it would be a masterclass level length, and let's not do that for my sanity as well. And also for my sanity, let's assign this ad. If you did enjoy this, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below. It does really help. So I will do that, a little bit of shilling. As always, appreciated, of course. And I hope you join me in future videos. And as always, get pushed by ransom and have a good night. God damn it, ransom. Look at him shaking his butt. Giving us the side eye.
And we're back.
Yep. Well, a little rambly, but I'm gonna keep it in just because. That worked. How long is this shit? This shit is 1 hour 27 minutes. Although, yeah, there's like a minute part that I need to get at. Because I forgot to hit the end of record one time. And yeah, for those joining, actually, that sign off was not for here. That was for the video, so. We're going to keep going here. I'm going to briefly check. So one of the things is the bot that I generally use for the chat has been broken today. Let me actually give it, let me see if I can log in now, because I couldn't earlier. It's kind of annoying because otherwise, yeah, chat's not on screen, but I guess we'll have to just live with that. Doesn't look to be one thing to work. No. It's giving a different error now. Let's go do a thing that I wanted to do. Wait, did I have any borrowed weapons here? No, right? No. Yeah. Let's leave this character in their spot. Let's go to. Oh, actually, no. Let's not leave him at castle. That's a silly space. On second thought, let's not go there. It's a silly place. Yeah, let's go with the White House. We go to character 4. So yeah, we're gonna. Before I started recording that video, I quickly did the daily thing just because I wanted the jacket, which is for this video as well. But yeah, we noticed that the time for Federal is actually pretty tight. So we're kind of curious how hard it would be on Heroic. So let's go do that. Although Heroic with the modifier, so...
Safe area detected.
We are kind of cheating.
Been thinking about getting another tattoo. Something custom, maybe a phoenix. I have to think about it some more. It's a big commitment.
This lady just chats a lot, doesn't she? Yeah. Did you find your papa? Did he finally find the smokes? Is he coming back? Tell me she still has the Lexington. Oh no, it's gonna be on character 2, isn't it? It's the annoying thing having one Lexington. Let's see, VG. Oh, nice. Oh wait, actually that was. Wait, were you? Oh yeah, no, you were looking for CH. Yeah, for CHD, right? At least pretty close, right? Anyway, they're. I'll just call you gamer because you know. Let's not call you lousy.
Entered.
It's that CAC again, yeah. Yeah, let's put this Lex in the mag. Does he have any other weapons? Man, I'm looking forward to Monday and finishing off the build collection. That's gonna be because I basically have just a few builds, few stash builds, and then we need to just upgrade the other builds, and then we do need to make a few of the builds. So we're gonna make a Virtuoso. Really decided actually what I want to put on it, but I feel like Cheska Chess Grupo backpack in it. The usual suspects. Because the chest talents and the backpack talents aren't really that great anyway with it, so yeah. I'm actually gonna do it with Heartbreaker Tech Tank first. See if we can get the time. And if we do, we do. And if we don't, then I flip the table and I run away. She is at this point, right, actually? Yeah, day 3 hard. Because I've been doing on this character, the other ones as well. Just on heroic, the hard ones. So it's I mean, yeah. Gotta keep grinding. Last year, didn't we? If I'm crazy, I can't find mine. Last Christmas, they gave you a Christmas outfit. Was this Christmas? Well, I think last Christmas was like the like this sweater and stuff, right? Or we got both. Because I remember it like being like, well, I have this on. Like it was like this, wasn't this sweater and so, or am I could be mistaken as well, but like this, like the Christmas sweater and just like Christmas pants and stuff. I thought there was. This thing perma expensive. I see. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna cut the price, which is weird because yeah, it's basically not discounted as a bundle. Because yeah, they like this is the same price as every piece separately, which doesn't feel right, but yeah. It is what it is. Overall, as well, it's not not per se an outfit I'm that interested in. I will still get it, likely, but just because the collector in me, and also thank you all for subscribing. Yeah. High-res version of the actually, yeah, we even have 2, right? Because they made first a copy basically of the Div 1 one. It's especially in the hat because you have like, well, let's actually take that off. It looks silly. Because you have like kind of this one, and then you also have this one, which is like this is like the copy of the Div 1 one. I think this was the one they made later. If it's gonna be blind. Let me actually, because the name. So this is Santa hat, and this one is also Santa. But this Santa hat is actually a different, because these ones are a different rarity. They're like, it's apparel, the rarity, because the other one, is it purple? Because they would normally be alphabetical. Or maybe both use this. I don't remember. Actually, maybe the other one is missing. Maybe they lost their licensing deal with Santa. So with actual Santa. Ho ho ho! Cease and desist. Get sued, bitches. You're on my naughty list. So I might call it in, so that's a chest, I think. Okay. No road or something else. So replace the boots. No, I haven't been looking at it.
We need to find out what happened to the team that went to try to repair the main shade node.
It's been a while.
The federal shelter should be beneath your current position. Find a way down there, but proceed with caution.
I think maybe actually we didn't get a suit. We did get the hats, and then one of the season or one of the Christmases was. Actually, I should be stuck here. Going super slow already. Was like the Christmas sweater, and then that was the new hat, I think.
Serious trauma detected.
Yeah.
Agent down.
Wait, what? Did this build not load correctly? Oh, I'm on the Red Heartbreaker. Let's restart this. Because what I wanted there is the Heartbreaker Technique. Yeah, that's not. Which is not that one. Oh yeah, also yeah, I wanted to. Flatline. There we go. Your blue cars, yeah.
We need to find out what happened to the team that went to try to repair the main shade node. The federal
We
shelter.
need to find out what happened to them in 10 minutes, 47 and 95.
With caution.
47 seconds and 95 hundredths of a second. I wonder what that time is based on, because I feel it's likely more like an average of like the top 10,000 or something, maybe. I feel it's something like that. It's funny that they didn't actually then say it like that, because it's definitely not a time set by a person, or well, maybe it's set by a person, but it's not like hand input by a person, which the normal old fans always were. They were just values input through a keyboard, not a run. Unless they didn't beat it there, yeah. can kind of run at
You know
before
that
it's.
bitch hiding from us was at Roosevelt Island.
Should have stayed on.
Wait, do I have any modifiers set? Because I should have retribution set. God damn it.
More rations for me.
Yeah, let's take a reset after this one. Oh wait, maybe, yeah, maybe it's that set. That was like last night, wasn't it? I have a retribution set. It's just either not showing or. Yeah, let's reset it here because how much you want to bet that 10 seconds is going to come back and bite me. We'll be full stacks here. But now at least I'm sure that my... Wait, really? I didn't like put one shot in mid-range? Or did it just not show up on my bar?
We need to find out what happened to the team that went to try to repair the main shade node. The federal shelter should be beneath your current position. Find a way down there, but proceed with caution.
Bench is still late. Alright, now it's working. I think this was slower than the other one. The bunker.
You know that bitch hiding from us was at Roosevelt Island.
Should have stayed on the
Who are you
island
calling a
with us.
bitch?
She'd live.
Get division out of these things.
How's that actually? Ah. Ah. Set my all-outs to mid-range. It's just at the edge of it. It's hoping to get lucky.
Serious trauma detected.
What hit me that one?
Human remains.
This room can
detected.
suck.
Identified
If those
as
guys
division
upstairs.
agents.
There's no way the outcast could have taken out an entire squad in a fair fight. It's not possible.
Oh, they didn't have a fair fight. Maybe they had an unfair fight. All out still. I just being annoying because it would be useful to have all out.
Online computer detected.
That wasn't too bad.
Great. You can use the computer to sync Isaac with their comm system. Hopefully we can get a 20 on our team.
Look at the shot
They're
with
any shape to answer.
elites. It makes them actually hunch over. You go behind cover.
Established.
Hello? Can you hear me? This is Manny Ortega with the division.
Manny, thank God. It's Maya. I'm all that's left on our team. We couldn't get the node back online.
fights, exactly.
I salvaged some equipment that will get the White House node connected to the national network.
If you ever
but
find
before I
yourself
get
in a
back,
fair fight,
those
you
crazy
fought
fucks showed
wrong.
up. You gotta get me out of here.
Screw you!
That's for you.
Damn it!
Just gonna sacrifice my shield there. Oh, come on. We're in a hurry here. Also, and the exploded. What a dick.
Be ready to die, motherfucker!
Upstairs first. Yeah. Oh. How dare you not die with me?
That bitch can't hide forever. After the falling! Can't give you cover from here.
Oh, is it really just one wave here? I'll take it.
I think I'm safe for now, but please hurry.
Help is on the way, Maya. Sit tight and just try to stay calm.
Classic strat here. Blow that up. We'll just cross.
Extreme heat signature. Sprinkler system detected.
If you can trigger the sprinklers, they should be able to put out the flames.
No. Another one destroyed the fallen.
Alright. Right, quicker.
You gotta put out the flames. I don't know if Maya has any fireproof gear.
Armor ain't flameproof.
Onwards. Or even skipping the chest. We're gonna do the jump down. Actually, this. Yeah. I have like 4 minutes for the boss fight. I may have been overthinking. This might just not be as hard as I thought it would.
I have to move. Someone's trying to break in.
There's come out enemy drops are marked with exclamation point before I even. Oh, I haven't noticed that yet. What is it, like exclamation point on the drop on the ground? Or I'm trying to imagine dragons. Imagine. Come on, Maya.
I'm safe for now, but I don't think they're gonna stop coming after me.
Incompetent sack of shit.
So bad. You have to stop them. They're coming.
We're using facing manipulation here, seeing as I'm solo. So if you just face over here, those, I mean, I'm gonna guess everybody did watch Toasty's video, right? Just gonna stand here, face this way. Most of it. Who gives a F about? I need some stacks. Ooh, that's perfect. Need to stack on. I may have been dreading this thing to me. Turns out modern builds are not old builds. With a minute 30 to spare? Yeah.
With the equipment Maya recovered, we can restore the Shade network across the entire country. And I'll send a team to assist Maya.
Although, yeah, the modifier helping out a lot there. Even though I kind of messed up, I would have helped out even more if I had done my all right. Yeah, let's take this back to base. Ground for some reason when inspecting the lid. They just knew you were gonna pick them up anyway, so they were just like, they came pre-prepared. Oh my god, that wasn't too bad. I don't know ourselves the TDI card custom, but we already have the blueprints. What did the sense become?
Combat simulation program active.
Agreed. Agreed isn't too bad, right? Just lacks yellows. Yeah, let's maybe do that because otherwise I might forget on Monday. I'm gonna go do a Nemesis run. Gonna swap characters for that real quick, but I don't know if anybody out there is interested in joining me for that. Do them. I mean, yes, but so no, I've already done them as well on normal. So,
safe area detected.
But I want to do them on heroic as well. So actually, on that character, on this character, I'm just doing them as like when, just because I wanted this like the clothing as well. I'm just doing them both. Just on normal or story or whatever. On that character, I'm doing them on heroic. I'm just doing the hard ones, just on heroic, just to kind of see as well. You know, how hard is it actually? How hard is hard? The person another year. Okay. Kind of depends also on build and stuff. So yeah, I don't know if you were running the modifier. Modifier would help a lot with that. Running something like there as well, Hunter's Fury would have been even also a good pick with the Disorients as well. That would have saved me even more so. But for instance, there several times I just ran at the enemy in a way that the red build couldn't. But then I took longer to kill some stuff. So.
You are now group leader.
That's
another agent is now in your group.
Yeah. Oh, Public of course has no. Public still having friend issues. Because I don't know, there's some people are having friends list issues. So.
Another agent has joined your group.
But yeah, I'm confident as well if you were to run Hunter's Fury or something, or just what I was running there, Heartbreaker Tech Tank. Decently set up, you know, I'm of decent level, and also that was a great 25, like Alexi. So those kind of things help, but I'm sure it, like, because there as well, I could likely cut off a minute if we If I like did it 4 times in a row or something. Actually, as well, I'll jump into the voice here just to help my
Safe area
allies.
entered.
Especially help Pommycat so it doesn't potato goes. Oh wait.
Shade tech prohibited. Access denied.
Oh.
Deactivating shade protocols. Entering combat simulation program.
Wait, which one again? Because apparently I pasted in resources, which recently pasted some stuff in there, but apparently I did.
2 DZ sounds.
Oh yeah. Hey, Bobby.
Hey there.
Oh, you can hit the button already.
Combat simulation
Wait,
activated.
let me fix that. Can I edit this?
You doing just for Nemesis?
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna take foam if the game lets me. Yeah.
Is this delete one thing or is this delete everything? That was okay. That was delete one thing. Okay. Sorry, I'm just fixing this because if I forget, then that's fine.
I think you could just said there's no DC East.
Yeah, I just that's East. Okay, fixed. Fixed. No, there we go. Completely finish that, then I can release it from my brain. Let's go back here. Burn. Classic burn.
Yeah, that's like, what did you pick? I picked burn.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating easy.
And classic. And yeah, 2 doors, 3 man.
Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
Save to load that now? No. They were on this character because I had turned them on. That's good. And then
Console
off.
available.
Build pictures. The thing is though that when you log out and then log back in later, quite often they're missing, but they still work. So whatever you had last equipped will still work. So basically, as long as you don't go into that menu. So seeing as we mode like 80% of the time I'm on liability, retribution by the teeth. So and then all out.
Hostiles constructing.
Although I've been liking Prime Time.
Hostile spawn from
Prime Time is
highlighted
pretty
doors.
good. It's just so much shorter.
On my mark, let's do this. That's what we want to hear.
Console active. Supply station online.
You know what? I'll take a braced. Downside of greed is you have opportunistic for yellows, but not much else. You don't have to like brace them optimize. You don't have steady out either. But yeah, no trauma, no status effects. Which, but at least some of the exotics are kind of usable against. Okay, now I'll sit up here and help both.
Console available.
Small Mac problems.
I got 99 problem, but a small mag ain't one. LMG me. Battery. At some point, although we should do that when it's envy.
Go for Nemesis on 8.
Yeah.
Room selected. Difficulty rating.
And also a 40. I need to get a 40 in at some point. Once the build collection is kind of done, that will make... Like, that's taking up so much time now.
Yeah, that's perfect time for the guys like the last one. I already forgot who it was. Like saying, "Oh, there's no gameplay. Go play PvP. You can just strafe around and hit headshots and people's medkits."
And chicken dance.
Console.
I have no damage
That was
balance.
kind of like his only argument that he was still spamming in DMs. Was like, there's no gameplay. Guess why there's no gameplay? Because he can't show how he's getting killed because nothing works. What he's doing. I'm like, okay. You hear?
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Not even 2 hours, and you just there's no gameplay because nothing works.
Difficulty rating. High value target.
Yeah. I'm surprised they behaved when they came back. Because in the end, I just timed them out. No, it's I have left and then up here.
Constructing hostile combatant.
I just waited for you to stop moving, so I was like, okay, those 2 doors.
Let's see you run now.
Hopefully something decent. Because there's
Amazing.
definitely 3 chance to have 3 wrong ones. Like that.
Isn't the 3 wrong ones Dr. Home Glass Cannon Energy Sight?
No, there's like one other, because yeah, there's Sandman as well.
Yeah, Sandman, so I got at least one good glass.
Yeah, same here. I'm gonna take glass.
I mean,
That'll be fine.
I'm running the striker with glass now, so I'm gonna play the same. Hopefully, I'm not gonna die.
It'll be fine. I feel glass should be much more in the sense. Because here is competing with like talents. Especially for like deep runs, it's like completely useless. Because it's the 30%. Like we have talents going to 100%.
Literally, I got 3 SMGs, and I wish there was a bullet hell because I got attack vector. Alright. I want burn, but I got explosive.
I'm just gonna take that burster to just get a skill in. At least my skills are set, even though the burster is not.
Entering new room.
The beep beep is not that
Difficulty
easy.
rating. Easy.
Yeah, now we have each our own door.
Hostile construction
No need to share.
initiated.
My door. No, don't even look at my door.
Exotics, so that the Phantom had so many exotics when they still had to visible for new players. Yeah. Oh, so that's getting out now? Yeah, they'll fix that pretty soon. Yeah, the pre-order ones, there's a thing you can do with them, with the lullaby and the... you can get the root... I mean, you can still get both. They're part of packs that are in the store. The rootlets is part of your ultimate, so if you'd like buy the ultimate upgrade or just buy ultimate separately on that same account, That'll get you 1. I'm about to get 2.
Entering
You would
new
need to
room.
also buy the other pack, which is like
Easy.
it's in the add-ons. But also maybe don't overdo it because I could see that one getting classified as an
Hostile
XP.
spawn from highlighted doors.
You mean the one where you get the 2 exos for reorder when you start the...
Well, you can deconstruct them too,
Yeah.
and get exotic abilities, which is not intended. They're not supposed to be. I mean,
Supply station activated.
the way as well is like we should make that obvious because I don't think it's even available on, or is there now a way with consoles? Sure.
But what if you just finish the run to White House? Can you just take them, or you're not even allowed to deconstruct them, right? Or can you? Normally?
No, they're like the Lexington. They're
Oh, okay.
you have to do
Okay.
shenanigans. I'm not gonna say here.
Okay, so that's the problem. Okay. I was thinking that they're like normal, like sweet dreams that you can just deconstruct.
No, no. The thing is, you get them back every time. Is the thing on the new character. So every time you can deconstruct them. If you make a new character, you get them again. So it's just a run to White House.
Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
And then you can get 2 exotic components. But yeah, that might if you overdo it with that one, I could see that being like maybe sanctioned
Console available.
level. Because it
Take our
definitely
exos.
requires, you know, some. Man, I don't want to reroll too much. It's getting
I picked
yellow.
what I don't even know. I picked opportunistic, just in case I get a shotgun. And because just I don't want to
Save the red. Yeah. I was kind of considering it as well, but I didn't. Yeah. I could have gotten the marksman rifle, but yeah.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating. Easy.
Glass WVG striker not better than backpack hoodies? No. It's equivalent, and has always been,
Hostiles
but
constructing.
better
Hostile spawn
requires
from
to be
highlighted
actually
doors.
better because vigilance can drop, and unstoppable force needs to stack.
Where are you running? Like,
Console available.
there it is. Intimidate. Let's go. And I got my adrenaline rush before.
Is there anything that triggers off of? No. Basically no
Crit?
crits.
Yeah, nothing.
I have 2 red talons, and 1 at 2 and 1 at 1. Has been getting red and blue picks.
Entering new location.
Oh
Difficulty
yeah,
rating.
yellow and blue
High
picks.
value target.
Right. Far left, far right.
Yeah, I'm gonna left to close right to Scooby.
Hostile construction
far left.
initiated.
We're gonna far right. But yeah, one of the things that did happen with backpack going to 90 is that you can put Vigi there and go obliterate Vigi, or glass plus Vigi, or whatever combat that you want. The Vigi is a tiny bit more, but you gotta, that's only if you just consider Vigi to be like always active, which I would hope no sane person. Well, that might be insulting. I wouldn't choose to do so. I would not consider it in that way.
By the way, I have
Not exciting.
friends again from I don't recall when was the update, but there was a Ubisoft Connect update that fixed it. It was just updated. Then I got into the game and was like, oh, I have friends again.
Okay. Odd that it broke.
So it
that way.
was a Ubisoft Connect problem, not the game, I guess. So it affected more games, maybe.
I got a phone here as well, even though it's on the wrong
I'm
slot.
glad that I didn't get any good picks before because I got M249. Can I put the nice skin on it, please, game?
Curious to see actually who the idiot is.
Room selected.
The thing is, yeah, they can if they want to show it live. But yeah, I wouldn't recommend doing that. It's a known exploit for a while, so they're doing it live apparently. Curious to see who that would be.
Hostile construction initiated.
Is it maybe showing it once on stream or something, or to show it? I could see. Going from what was it? 100 to 325. That is.
If I was a dev, I would look at it. You start with 100, and in that short amount of time, you 329. Okay, let's put you back to 50. Fuck you! I don't care. You had 100 before.
God damn it. It's giving me.
Operator authorized to select new room.
Like, I'm not even seeing, like, Rifleman would be fine, Allegro would be fine, Vigilance
Why
would be
would it
fine.
even just lower it? I would just take all his exotic components away, just...
The much simpler answer is you give a warning if that account already had a warning and they can receive a temporary
Room selected.
Yeah.
Difficulty rating.
That's
if they
actually
already, like, abused and exploit before, then I would just take it away right away.
Hostile
because they already
construction
gave out warning.
initiated.
But if maybe like a new warning for this particular one, I think if you exploit more different ones, just once, I think.
I mean, yeah, the system they have now is already like, if you have previous warnings, you lose leading.
Console active.
I'll basically all of them do it.
Yep.
So I'm taking Optimist 4.
Selected. Select new room to proceed.
You optimistic today?
Wish I was a little bit more like vigilant.
I'm more
Room selected.
intimidated.
Rating easy.
I'm more intimidated.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stay here.
Hostile construction initiated.
It's always the best, just us running around, looking at each other without even saying anything. It's like, okay, who's going where?
Let's go.
That was probably a given, I would say.
Console
If it's empty,
online.
there's 3 of us, there's 3 doors.
Supply station available.
I feel we should be able to figure that out.
I'm glad I bought all the red slots. Oh, we on 69. Let's go. On 69%, we can't
Operator clear to
progress
select
anymore. We need to
new
leave.
Yeah, let's take boiler.
Look at it.
76.
This
It's
area
only
out of
2
the last
medium, 2
3
easy.
rooms.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating easy.
I mean, if we have to, we have to. All of them, they're downstairs as well.
Constructing hostile combatant.
Yeah, I'm gonna get this one.
I'll take that. Yeah, they're lower. Let's check out those videos. No, I chose not to for today.
Console.
Just to do some other stuff. I'm still very curious, but I already saw some screenshots, and at least from the screenshots, yeah, it's glass versus obliterating stuff, which is just like
Operator authorized to
whatever.
select new room.
What's stopping the glass going with a striker backpack? Like, why are we doing obliterate versus glass? Because there's definitely, like, one of the videos I wanted to make is especially spotter, obliterate glass. Obliterate going down 5 has definitely helped. Two on this side, one on the other. Oh, I'll take this far one. Has definitely helped. You know, spotter be a little bit more valuable, but especially glass. Because in the past, you know, who wouldn't take glass unless it was Hollywood, basically. And yeah, backpack wise, you could go vigilance, but I still wouldn't. Unless you're going for the glass as well, you're kind of going for that initial. Because also, if you're going for that initial, I feel, and like the combination of the two doesn't feel as good as just a glass red, kind of, which has like the upfront but doesn't have the cap, but has a much more like much higher start than even that. But yeah, vigilance, especially on the backpack, is a big now, but it's basically around the same levels as the striker backpack. And then also especially a little bit lower overall if you're pairing it with obliterate.
I always loved like the videos when they show something like what's going on now with the exo farm, or before for the 5 times XP with the Kenley. It's like, it's not an exploit. How do you know? Just like, how do you know? Oh, I got a shotgun. Let's go. So the opportunistic paid off.
Oh, is that just a link to it or something? The thing is, I wouldn't be per se okay.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating.
Advertising that, goodness, I might actually, like, maybe better off just deleting that.
I don't know what to pick. Just buy all this.
Is it on somebody's live stream or something?
Hostiles constructing. Hostiles spawn from highlighted doors.
Oh yeah, they kind of... If they want to spend their life that way, that is perfectly fine. No, but yeah, if you could, rather not have a link going through. Something like that. But it's been out for, like, it's been known for, like, at this point.
Online.
First time I heard about it was like 8 months ago. Surprising that it took so long to get actually out. It'll get patched. Because a blatant abuse is quite often
Difficulty rating.
not a good idea. Just for yourself. Like, in the same way that I wouldn't like recommend you, like, back when the crafting bug was there, to use it. Just
Hostiles constructing.
you hurt your own.
Spawn from highlighted doors.
Anything you devalue has no value. Like, feel that should be. But if you don't mind, bet I'm gonna actually.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Sorry.
Oh, it's 2 ways. Fuck.
Yeah.
I don't have reloaded LNG.
No.
Serious trauma detected.
I can say that.
Agent incapacitated. Console active.
I got health gated there. God damn it, game. You.
Concussion. Yeah, that's better than Optimist. Yeah.
As a pick, it's fine, but yeah, I have 2 red slots still. A rifleman, vigilance.
6. I just don't know what to replace. Maybe yeah, I'm gonna replace Pummel. I don't need Pummel for Nemesis.
No, I mean I might have 2 slots like empty.
Not getting good picks.
Entering new room.
Just keep
Difficulty
getting
rating easy.
concussion and like a lot of yellows and stuff. Like I'm way poorly set up.
2
actually.
on this side.
Hostile construction
I gotta be in
initiated.
there. Nah, no worries. That's a new thing. So it seemed a lot of people. Because also, yeah, if you already have like pointed out the flaws in it. Likely Monday, because yeah, I'm away for a while. I might actually view the videos. I might on Sunday have like a 2-hour gap.
Console available.
Might watch them then.
Toxic Scooby.
What?
Was teabagging on the Rusher that was running behind him.
Entering new
So,
room.
yeah,
Difficulty rating easy.
and yeah, we just barely made it. Well, not barely. 102%.
2 on me.
Hostiles constructing. Hostiles spawn from highlighted doors. Console active. Supply station available.
Game is giving me Intimidate all the time.
Going into the boss fight with the empty red. At least I have incendiary ammo. Let's put that in the pistol.
Maybe I can already
Room
pick.
selected. Difficulty
Oh,
rating.
I have a lost it.
High
Let's put it
value
on shot.
target.
No, that can work. Oh. Yeah, then realize you could run up there.
Can I?
Close left, mid left, far left, all left. I'll go far.
I'm gonna let you go sit up.
No, I can go behind this 10 seconds though.
Hostiles constructing. Hostiles spawn from highlighted doors.
I need to hit more headshots. I'm feeling weak, but then I have 2 talents that increase damage with headshots.
Yeah.
It's like, Bighorn isn't that great. Yeah. Are you aiming for a head?
Agent down.
It's 3 of them. How? Okay.
What happened to you? It's just
We
this
got
guy?
rushed with the rusher, and I tried to kill a guy, but when he was dead, he was still shooting.
I'll lag like me. You have no angle. No shot for me.
Don't shoot me!
Let me get back a little. No, I
Vital
finished
signs
it.
critical.
I don't want to.
He's running away. Scooby, okay, Scooby's going there. I'm going here then.
An agent needs assistance.
We got 3 in the end. And I have no yellows in the end. Oh, actually, I should take. Oh, I forgot I have phone now. Class on red score is not been good. Sorry, what? Class on red score is not been good. Yeah. Challenge? Or do you mean blue course? Like that I could see him saying. Let's take some extra ammo. I have all 4. Yeah, I have all 4 med packs. Just gonna take some hollow points on this for extra damage. That was not so. Oh, it's maybe likely new because no, much more likely about the striker thing. There's also any person saying like glass and red cores are not worthwhile or as challenging as just someone you ignore. Giving them any time is gonna be counterproductive.
System malfunctioning.
That's a random skill. Watch out on that edge. That left guy is also kind of. Oh, it's coming. Let's kill the front one.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
I've been outgated. I'm gonna chill for a sec.
Almost dead.
Yeah, the same. Watch out. Yeah, yeah.
He's dead.
I'll get Scooby. Stay there.
Is he pushing?
No,
He's on
both are
the wrong
kinda
side of the cover.
Up with him. Phone. Oh, that was direct impact with the phone because I got damage numbers. Yeah. Watch out for the guy in the back. He has range on his thing.
Phone? Oh, that was a direct hit. Okay.
Vital signs critical.
I'll take the heal here. Yeah, let's get this guy on the left. He's broken off.
Agent incapacitated.
I'm gonna move. Yeah, one of them is almost dead. Oh no.
Simulation terminated. Collate the data.
That's for sure. You've been talking about the minor should get someone to it. The transmission, anyone know? Oh yeah, there's. Although, well, there's also counter argument to be made as well for some of it is the some people's like just complete like no, you can't ever have a blue core. That's as bad of a mentality as just like all red everything always. Both are not very conducive. But there's definitely reasons to not run glass.
Facility detected. Combat simulation program active.
Alright, sure. Wait, the elevator's logged in, sorry. Yeah, let's go get our treat here. Which is an extra exotic cache. But yeah, there's always people that like, yeah. Either way is like, because just as hard as just, you know, some people that are just, yeah, you can't do anything the second you have a blue core, which is also not true. But yeah, the people that are very much that, you know, glasses, you can't do any damage if you're dead on the ground. Yeah, but what if I'm not? How about I don't die and then I just do more damage? Yeah, let's go get cleaned up here. Also, let's listen to this comm real quick. As we get another descent comm. It is last week.
Bad idea.
She's brilliant.
Yeah, and she has no filter, has an asshole adopted brother. Nat loves her and would never lose tabs on her. Manny has her at the castle, but it's only a matter of time before Nat takes her back.
That's fair enough. So, no Birdie and no Vic.
Fuck Vic, that guy's such a dick.
Okay. You know what? I like Douglas. As she calls Vikram a dick. Last minute. Yeah. Anyway, if you guys are up for it, let's maybe do a countdown or two. Unless we want to do something else.
I don't have anything in mind.
What's that?
By the way, yesterday you fell to... How was it? Well, yesterday you felt to influence me to go sleep early. I went to sleep. I went to sleep around 3 a.m.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, I felt to influence myself as well to sleep early. As I went way.
Okay.
I went on for a little bit, but I moved some stuff around on characters and stuff.
So I think I was just following what you were doing and not going to sleep early. Okay.
I was influencing you even offline.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shall we just do a countdown then? Yeah, for that escapes.
I see everyone running the new pants. Let's just take them too. I don't like much the chest with it, like the jacket, because it's kind of too much.
Yeah, it's a little gaudy. I kind of like it with the Yule Must mask as well.
I kind of like it like this. This jacket.
I'm just wearing it. Just gotta do the streamer thing, right?
Yeah. New stuff.
New stuff. Yeah, let's go for a challenging countdown. We're just gonna run LMG, seeing as we're talking about LMG strikers. Briefly as well, I'm just gonna check if this ever started working again. And I just challenge you.
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
Yes. You'll just have to.
You have left the group. Another agent
I like the
is now
bands,
in
but
your group.
I kind of hope they would give us this kind of thing, but black and white. Like the Division 1 LMB pants. I love those.
Another agent has joined your group.
I think. Were you still farming for electric?
Yep.
Let's see about helping with that.
Another agent is now in your group.
But then your booms are looking like weapon handling, crit damage pieces, right? Especially.
Anything and crit damage, and like anything red and crit damage.
Yeah. That's I'm leader. We're just gonna go in. And it's gonna run a LMG striker. No bullets. Process. Yeah.
Communication relay offline.
Also, yeah, I don't think like not unless either division becomes a much bigger category by itself, or I go variety.
Okay, my game crashed right to start.
Oh.
I got the anti-cheat thing.
Oh.
We need to remove the safeguards and restart the reactor.
You okay, us?
An agent has gone offline.
Keeping going.
Reactor unstable. Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15 minutes lockdown.
Because yeah, both of us were to leave here. And the run for goodness.
Serious trauma detected.
Okay, let's see if the game even starts. Because so
Agent down.
like the couple of last days, it's just crashing so much.
System disrupted.
I got 6. And 8 pages.
I guess I traded friends to having friends with having a stable game.
Yeah.
System reactivated.
Doesn't work right now. Badge stuff. Yeah. Just need to. Wait, where's this guy? Cooling lab, yeah. Cooling containments, cooling whatever. Containment, cooling. Everything is south. Something south. Although, well, I'm not in it like that.
You're in. We need to locate the target.
Or just go here. Although there's hostiles at cooling, although we need to do this one anyway. But yeah, the Twitch partner side of things is much more expansive. But nah, actually, you partner like they that's more like you can just sign up for it. But there's also the thing like I'm choosing not to basically. It's kind of annoying that they now have the drops tied to that because in the past the drops weren't tied to that, but that's the big downside. But also, I'm okay with that. Thing is, I wouldn't want that level of attachment to a certain, because even though you know they barely use it to do anything with, because it's just for people to just advertise that you know, for people to put hashtag Ubisoft partner in their thing so that they feel good and what they're actually doing is giving free advertising to Ubisoft, which
Hostile neutralized.
actually for this one
Incoming. High risk hostile.
I go LMG. Actually, I'm gonna go SMG because nothing would be shareable anyway.
Just imagine you would get what I need when I crashed out. It's like, hey, you want this? Guess what? Deconstruct it.
Area secure.
Yeah. I mean, well, yeah. And share it, so. They seem bad at business. Well, nah, that's not true either. They definitely are having a bad stretch. But there's definitely worse ways to run stuff. Any of a dozen, you know, releases that have gone so much worse, or games that have been like ended 2 weeks after they've been launched or stuff. Like Division definitely hasn't had that. And more than any real other publisher, I've enjoyed a lot of Ubisoft games. Because, you know, Assassin's Creed, Ghost Recon's, even like, you know, new and old. Vegas, new and old. Of course, when they're old, that wasn't like those people aren't around anymore, basically. These are other people. But still, you know, even the newer Assassin's Creed and stuff. I'm definitely in the part of the target demographic for like a lot of the games as well. Which helps. More so than especially, you know, let's say an Activision or an EA. Or hell, nowadays even Blizzard. Stacking up my striker.
Critical systems exposed.
Destroy it all.
Data transfer halted. High-risk target detected.
It's to be the boss, but just a single red ran out and got murdered. Gonna make them game for its second. So what? What kind of plan is getting popular at Heroes and then make game for
Area
its
secure.
second?
Agent, you should be able to access the reactor.
Are we still talking about, like, do you know that at the very least a lot of like Assassin's Creed is like just Assassin's, like, has Ubisoft been recently doing like what? Or are we talking about a different one that I mentioned? Oh, yeah, they did Avatar, but that's like not their core, because they've also built up several like really big IPs. Assassin's Creed,
you've
for
reached the
instance.
reactor. I need you to get it back
Even
online.
like the Tom Clancy thing.
Now that you're in, we need to decrypt the
you know,
safety
especially in the
protocols.
gaming landscape, that's like more their thing that they built up than it being just tied off to the other. And yeah, I wouldn't say that those games sucked. Like the Star Wars one, I still want to get actually. Avatar doesn't impress me. Just that's the setting doesn't impress me. But even that one was well received, and same for Star Wars. Like, yeah, the video is that one of the things that is now just popular, and that's always the thing. Like when it's popular to shit on something, people will just jump on the bandwagon and just shit on it. Because you know, if we're gonna go like, oh, this is buggy and stuff, so it's bad, I would like you to introduce you to Skyrim. one of the most popular games ever, which is inherently a buggy game. Like, as long as the game around it is fine enough. Because if we're talking jank, I can pull, like, even, you know, the darlings of Red Dead Redemption and stuff like that. Have those kinds of stuff as well. It's just, you know, it's basically double standards. It's the same thing that we kind of saw with the American election as well. With, you know, one person kind of one person is getting scrutinized, so they'll just keep on scrutinizing them more. And then the other person who's just outright blatantly No, they just choose. They have a level that they're acceptable with, that they find acceptable. And honestly, it turns out that they're more right than people going, the game needs to be perfect before release. Because they make billions, and even when their game isn't even like well received in the way of like they're more like Starfield. Oh, gonna have less chicken in here.
Every game doesn't need to be perfect for it to be released. There will be okay.
And that thing is just, yeah. People, if you're like searching for the flaws, you will find flaws. That's just a given, but that's also the same is true for that stuff
Now
that
you just need to restart the reactor,
I've seen
keep any
some of those
hostiles from
videos
knocking it
just
offline or killing you.
comparing shit to.
Agent down.
Yeah, also just games are games. Like, it's not mission critical. Like, you know, we're not sending people to space, except, you know, in video games.
Reactor online.
Nobody will die when
Now get the hell out of there.
when a game crashes, basically.
Shoot off a flare so
Whereas
Torres knows you're ready to go.
if it's, you know, something that is literally keeping someone alive, then yeah. Also, there's just a level that you have to kind of be okay with, more from like the dev side kind of things, and that will be different numbers for different people, but
System malfunctioning.
honestly, I've seen so many much more games than any
Heavily armed
Ubisoft
hostiles
that
detected.
was having some issues with over time. Where's some of them with lightsabers? Honestly, the only reason that Outlaws even interests me is that there is no lightsabers in it. Because one of the things that I actually like about the Star Wars universe is more the universe outside of the Jedi. Jedi is honestly the like the Force and stuff is kind of interesting, as like you can it's a good story medium to use to, you know, make story happen. But the Jedi make no sense. And lightsabers are cool, but they don't carry enough. Like, KOTOR wasn't good because it has lightsabers. It was good because it was a good game, and then accidentally it had lightsabers. These guys really hate me.
Hostile hive detected. Hostile restore hive detected. System malfunctioning.
Just waiting for them. Why don't you just lose interest in me, and then I'll burn that down.
System back online.
Shoot off a flare so Torres knows you're ready to go.
But the more just like scoundrel kind of side. Same like with Space Marine. Like actually, honestly, out of a story standpoint, the Space Marines I feel are the most boring part of. Well, I mean, not per se. Like you can do war stories with them and stuff, but they do quite often try to do like kind of peek into their lives and F off. There is no story to be had there. Quite often what it ends up for me. That's what I love. That's more space fights in here. Oh, that I could. The Outlaws is definitely a game that I'll like get, but as with most games that I get like a year after a release or something, and just then also most of it is fixed. Usually as well some like mods and stuff if that's the case.
Helo inbound
Some
to your
established
location.
mods.
Hold tight.
That's right. Yeah. It's cash clears and I'm sure you get a bug-free copy. Yeah. Here's a bug-free copy. It's Pac-Man.
Let's get you home, Agent.
Grab and go. Was those shares? No. Not this one.
An agent is no longer in your group.
Just not coming on the screen. I can't tell. Yeah, no, the thing is broken. The bot is broken, it seems, for today. Is it still? Yeah. It's not. I'm having some issues with it lately, so maybe they said. Maybe I should also kind of see into there's other, because there is definitely other, like we haven't, now that we've had a few times issues, maybe I should look into a different one.
Thanks for making a deal.
Because I think also their site is just not working, so likely I should try once more. Because when I try to log in, it just errors it. It's basically doing an invalid request. Yeah, I'm gonna do one more canton. I don't know, Panic, were you back yet or in the game?
Yeah.
You up for that?
I'm up for giving it one more last try.
Okay. Oh wait, sorry.
You have been promoted to group leader.
Has it been crashing a lot with Canton?
You are now group leader.
No, it's just a game.
Another agent has joined your group.
I got the... I think after I tried to fix the friend list, it just fucked up. Because after that, after I changed the settings, because Dad was saying that he changed the settings in the game and then it started working, so I changed the settings in the game to just... He was saying it was like graphics, so I changed it all to high, and then nothing changed, so I tried to put it back to low, then the game wouldn't start. Then I tried to verify files, it said it fucked up some of the files, so it's fixed, and from that point on...
Okay. Might have overwritten some of those like things that you had applied for the like ultra low kind of settings.
Maybe.
Mm.
Invite to
They
another
just
agent's
missing the
group.
YouTube
Receive.
friends. Yeah, we'll get that. Although likely, yeah, so far it's usually has fixed itself. We had the
You have
same kind of
joined a
last
group.
Sunday.
You have left the group.
That's one of them first, yeah. Over on YouTube, and yeah, you guys don't know what the other side's doing. Should
Yeah, they can be
also,
talking shit the whole time.
yeah, should maybe just, I could have both chats open and maybe I should set that up as just a backup. It wouldn't be as clean as that bot, but just as a backup. Because it could capture basically both of the chats and just put them both up. So what else? Brand or piece? Oh yeah.
Communication relay offline.
Okay, that's Funky set there as well. Yeah, brand. The pieces or like glove slots, stuff like that, is much more for exotic, like gloves, masks, stuff like that. You're looking for
The True Sons have triggered a lockdown at the plant.
named
They've
item,
been
yeah.
taking over
drops.
infrastructure to lend
Make sure that it
legitimacy to
does
their
drop.
cause. If they control the
it is in
power,
the DZ
they
area.
control this region. We need to remove the safeguards and restart the reactor.
Reactor unstable. Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15 minutes to lockdown.
Please proceed.
Oh yeah, this will be my last one. Oh yeah, we're about to get close range here.
Why are they going the other side?
Because they are idiots.
Guys, use your brain. Look at the map.
Yeah.
And the bad thing is they have close range now.
Yeah. So they might actually kill that first far one super quick. Transacts, they'll get 3, we'll get 3. We could have all had 4, but
He's still alive. Yeah, he's still alive. Come on, pep the medkit. Save yourself. Yeah, I'm in range.
yeah.
They still can't kill him. What the fuck? How much he popped the medkit? How much you need to suck? How much you need to suck to not kill him with close range?
And they pulled both the other ones as well.
Enjoy. Yeah, this is the damage. Okay.
Turbine containment.
So they just robbed themselves from one.
Yeah. They ate their own
okay, I
karma.
see one problem. There's a guy running hot shot. He has the
It's fine.
mark on him. But for the close range, it actually could be actually viable. That's why
Oh, the
I'm
modifier
going
as well.
Headhunter. Yes. So I do not get any kills.
More so it's just, we have 3 competent players and the rest is kind of extra.
Yeah, the extras in the movies. But for these ones, we don't pay for them.
Embrace me a party, I'm back and starts to trust Funky having a go at the YouTube side of things.
Crit chance headshot. Come on, game. I want crit damage. Stop giving me crit chance.
High risk target detected.
Oh, yeah.
I'm overcapped on crit chance. I need less crit chance.
Area secure.
We get
Then the game is just gonna
box.
drop double crit chance on the pieces. Like, I broke myself so you can have more crit chance.
Let's buy the stairs in the back, the box. Do need to have a damage one, yeah. They didn't buy the damage DLC. The damage pre-order.
You know what? Why not?
Yeah, I agree. More YouTube view. Yeah, fucking jumping around. Hey, Anders.
System breach initiated.
We're not. We'll make it a little meltdown. How about we make it melt up?
System curtailed.
Then we're gonna go into ascent.
System reactivated.
Exactly.
Box is on
Can I
the
stack on this? I can't stack on this.
System
far side. Oh, next to the server.
Critical systems exposed. Data transfer halted. System reactivated.
I need to do the call out that everybody uses in the competitive games on me.
Yep. That away.
But who is talking? Me?
Yeah.
Area secure.
Turns out it's not even
Agent,
that
you
they're
should be
on
able to
them.
access the reactor.
They're standing on me. The like pasta thing. The noodles.
10 minutes to lockdown. Evacuate the facility.
Just having a good meal.
Lockdown safety protocols in effect. Proceed to your nearest exit.
Somebody didn't eat.
NVIDIA drivers for Indiana Jones. Huh. I usually give those things like 2 weeks as well before I touch them. I did see the new, and like GeForce Now is gone now, right? It's
Agent, you've reached the reactor. I need you to get it back
end of
online.
a generation.
They shut down GeForce Now?
No, the GeForce Experience thing.
Oh, okay.
They have a
Now
new
that
app,
you're in,
basically.
we need to decrypt the safety protocol.
Vital signs critical.
Not that I ever like use that thing.
Let's see.
Most of the time, it's just trying to make sure that it doesn't actually accidentally try
Crit
to.
damage, but it's a holster that I already have. Do you want the holster to make that build? If you want it.
I don't really have the stash space now to hold on to stuff. I'll farm it later if I get interested in that.
Alright. Yeah. I would prefer if I got electric backpack so I can craft group or chest. Because I can't craft group or backpack.
Good work decrypting the protocols.
Yeah.
You need to remove those controls to get the reactor
Yeah, at some
back
point they
online.
just need to. Although the thing is, the downside of that, they should add those blueprints in, but then also it's even more blueprints for newbies to get.
Incoming. High risk hostile.
The original blueprint grind was actually pretty long.
Great work, Agent. Now you just need to restart the reactor and keep any hostiles from knocking it offline or killing you. No pressure.
The water isn't working properly and stuff.
Determined user. Yay.
Actually, nowadays with the... Like, if you do it right with the modifiers...
With the tapper?
Yeah. Well, Tapper and the other one as well. I mean, Tapper by itself is not, but also just range. Long range.
Reactor online.
Nice. The plant's secure.
Now let's get you out of there. Move to the extraction point. Shoot off a flare so Torres knows you're ready to go.
This box should be safe.
Exit that way, so I'm gonna check for the loot first. Is there any boss? No. Alright.
Oh, Pico guard. Gonna leave those 2 pieces. Just to keep up.
System malfunctioning.
Yeah, they need to. Oh, I
sure,
took the quick extraction.
Just die. Come on. Kill them both. Do it, Hunter. I believe. Kill them both. Kill all 3 of them.
Yeah, which I did there because I'm out.
I was thinking you waiting.
No.
Then I turned around and I saw you slowly running.
Oh, well, I'm crashed.
That's why you were confused what I'm talking about. Okay. Glad that I picked the PFE on because now there's like Changa on the way where we go in.
Yeah,
6 other enemies.
Yeah.
They slowly dying behind me.
It's fine.
Yeah, that's great 2 countdown runs. First one, I crashed right at the start. The second one, you crash at the end.
Yeah. I was surprised actually for it to be that late. Post the box. But yeah, sometimes countdown is still the one place where consistent crashes can happen. I'm gonna load up just to clean.
I'm glad. I think you would be glad that you crashed because they called it in right away.
I wouldn't have minded the currency.
Now it's just chaos, me running around trying to find all the loot.
Yep. That kind of, yeah, feels like that team, yeah. Running the wrong way. Not being able to kill what they need to kill. Yeah.
Entering safe area.
Just was in the system malfunctioning. Indeed. He wasn't lying. He was in fact telling the truth. But yeah, I will actually have to call it there. I don't have. Normally we would do one more just to kind of not end on a.
I appreciate the trade.
On a crash or something, but I have 3 long days ahead of me, so. Oh, wait, give Pumpkins time to extract before me.
I'm out.
Okay.
Yeah,
actually,
there were still like, there were 4 seconds left. They were still fighting the next chopper, and like, why did you call it early in when you're still fighting the chopper?
Yeah. Wait, do you want things to make sense? That's not how that works. Let's actually see. But yeah, I think I'm gonna jump off the voice here.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna actually I'm not gonna do what I did yesterday. I'm not gonna go close to stream, open YouTube, and start opening videos. I'm gonna turn the PC off and go sleep.
Sounds like a good idea. But yeah, then I'll get you around likely, Monday?
Monday.
So
yeah, I guess.
Enjoy your weekend.
Yeah, you too. Good luck at work.
Yeah, and catch you around.
Laters.
Laters. So yeah, we'll hop out of there. Of course, as always on the Twitch, and we're gonna go raiding. Think. Okay. Oh, the new things actually started, right? I'm like, wait, I haven't done. Oh, wait, is this the old ones? I don't remember. Let's go raid Metal, who's been so kind to raid us as well in the past few weeks. We're gonna just start that. I'll be back Monday, as we were talking there. As yeah, tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday, I'll be at work and cannot stream. So tomorrow, though, I will have enough time to likely stitch together that the LMG video that'll go up likely tomorrow. So I'll look forward to that. And yeah, I'll be back on Monday, and then we'll keep on going. Build collection's almost done, so I'm happy about that. We'll finish that up, and then we'll see where we go from there. That will open up a bunch of time. We still need to make like the rifle and the shotgun and pistol and more list and stuff still. So there's still plenty to do, but at least the build collection will be up to date. So yeah, for now, enjoy yourselves some ATX Metal TV, and I'll be back on Monday. And as always, have a good night.